Good afternoon, all of you. I hope you all of you are doing fine.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Good morning up there.
Morning, Prof. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. How are you?
Good morning, good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Yes, a very good afternoon. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. See you all here.
Hello, Dr. Asif.
Yes, how are you? Jingdu, I'm fine. Thank you. We'll be just starting shortly.
Yeah, I will begin the conference tomorrow afternoon. Hello, Duna.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Give you 10.
That's right.
10 cents.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, here's you.
Would you open the bag?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Open the bag. Good afternoon, Prof.
Yes, very good afternoon. We'll just start in 2 minutes' time.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I welcome you all to this international conference on business, education, and technology, ICBET 2024, organized by Center of Advancement of Management, CAM, at the Binary University. Good afternoon from Malaysia, and a very good morning in Asia and Africa, Europe, and good evening in Australia. Myself, Dr. Asif Mahbub Karim, the convener of the ICBET, welcomes all our global participants in the exciting and wealth of knowledge sharing platform as global researcher presents in next 3 days. with 52 research papers. We are honored to have you join us for this global convergence of minds dedicated to exploring the transformative power of technology in business and education. Binary University promotes research among its students from bachelor's to doctorate level through strong faculty and industry collaborations. The university encourages innovation by integrating research.
Sorry, due to some technological issues, we'll be rejoining in a while.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. The glitch in that. All right, fine. So I was mentioning that the university encourages innovation by integrating research into the curriculum, supporting the student-led projects, and fostering a culture of inquiry that bridges academic theory with practical application. As we stand on the brink of the fourth industrial revolution, the synergy between business, education, and technology has never been more critical. The World Economic Forum forecasts that by 2025, half of all employees will need reskilling due to automation and the integration of advanced technologies in the workplace. Additionally, McKinsey and Company estimates that by the year 2030, up to 375 million workers worldwide will need to switch occupations due to these technological disruptions. These statistics underscore the urgent need for innovative approaches in education and business to prepare the global workforce for the challenges ahead. In an era where digital transformation is reshaping every industry, the relevance of our discussions cannot be overstated. The World Economic Forum also estimates that by the year 2025, 85 million jobs may be displaced by a shift of the division of labor between humans and machines. Well, 97 million new roles will be emerging that are more adapted to this new defensing unprecedented growth, to reach 404 billion US dollar by the year 2025, driven by the increasing demand for personalized and flexible learning solutions. The growth is not limited to developed nations. Emerging markets are embracing digital and Africa, showing significant adoption rates. Recent statistics highlights its urgency. The global EdTech market is projected to reach 605 billion USD by 2027, reflecting a CAGR of 16.5%. In business, digital transformation continues to accelerate, with 70% of companies either having a digital transformation strategy in place or is working on one currently. ICBET 2024 provides a unique platform for us to engage with these critical issues. Over the course of this 3 days conference, we will have the opportunity to hear from the leading experts, participating in insightful discussion and network with peers who are at the forefront of these transformative changes. Our goal is to foster a collaborative environment where ideas can be exchanged freely, leading to actionable insights that can drive real-world impact. We are confident that the knowledge and connections we gain will empower us to contribute meaningfully to the future of business, education, and technology. Thank you for being part of ICBET 2024, where innovation meets opportunities. With that note, I welcome you all in this platform, and we'll start with our next part, that is our keynote. Our keynote is going to come in at the moment. So I'm just going to read out a very brief profile of the keynote speaker. Of course, a very brief profile of Prof. Sulochana Nair, the Honorable Vice Chancellor at Binary University of Management and Entrepreneurship. Professor Dr. Sulochana Nair is the Vice Chancellor and CEO of Binary University of Management and Entrepreneurship. Prior to her current appointment, she was attached to the Faculty of Economics and Administration, FEA, University of Malaya, in various capacities. She was the founding director of the Center for Poverty and Development Studies, CPDS, the head of the Department of Development Studies and associate professor. In 2010, she was appointed as expert consultant to CPDS and advisor to FEA. With a specialization in development studies, Dr. Nair works on poverty, labor, gender, rural development, and entrepreneurship. In addition to providing policy inputs, the government, Dr. Nair is also involved in teaching, research, consultancy, and training. Dr. Nair has been involved in various and capacity building programs for Central Asia and Cambodia. She is on the board of trustees of Sajatra Foundation, a poverty-focused NGO, and the Gandhi Memorial Trust. Dr. Nair was an active member of the Poverty Circle, an initiative spearheaded by EPU in 2021 to tackle hardcore poverty. In 2019, the Ministry of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education of Republic of Uzbekistan and the Tashkent Institute of Finance conferred upon Professor Sulochana the title of Honorable Professor in recognition of outstanding contribution to international education. In September 2021, Dr. Nair was appointed as the convener of GBG Academic Group for Engendering the National Budget Initiative, a social impact initiative by Engender Consultancy and Women's Aid Organization, WAO, supported by Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, KAS, and Sime Darby Foundation. In October 2021, Professor Dr. Sulochana was presented with the Award of Excellence by the Governor of Khorasan region in Uzbekistan for commendable results achieved in the implementation of education, training, and nurturing. Well, I can keep on reading Prof. Sulu's this brief bio, I think almost the whole day, but we have got so many other things to be performing. But I don't want to keep you all waiting. I would like to request the persona herself to come and present her deliberation. Thank you all.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone attending the conference. The title of the conference is Business, Education and Technology, a sustainable holistic approach to business through innovation and technology. The conference is organized by the Center for the Advancement of Management at Binary University. It's a very important one as it has focused on the intersection of business, education, and technology. This conference, that's over 3 days, brings together of the conference themes and there are researchers from more than 20 countries. This conference itself is a testament to the power of technology that enables people to discuss common topics of interest. When we talk about a sustainable, holistic approach to business through innovation and technology, I will handle the education part in a short bit. What it implies is an integrated strategy that emphasizes long-term sustainability in business practices by leveraging innovation and technology. And when we talk about sustainability, the first concept of sustainability, from as far as I can remember, actually talks about doing development without destroying and leaving something behind for the next generation. And that is one of the original concepts. And businesses are encouraged to adopt practices that reduce their carbon footprints. A lot of countries have got very high carbon footprints, and which is not environmentally sustainable, and to minimize waste and to promote efficient use of resources. And when we talk about social responsibility, it is to ensure that business practices are ethical, equitable, and contribute positively to society. The sustainability, and then we also talk about economic viability for businesses. That means the businesses must be financially viable in the long term, balancing profitability with the other two dimensions of sustainability. And what do we mean by holistic approach? A holistic approach is an integration across function where the business is viewed as the interconnected system where decisions in one area impact others. That means people don't operate in silos, but they work as a whole, and that you have to embed sustainability across all functions. This means that you also have to have stakeholder engagement, as well as you have to have the long-term perspective. The next slide. Innovation. What is innovation? Everybody must be doing some kind of innovation. So when we talk about innovation, there are three types of innovation. One is products and service innovation. The other one is process innovation, and the third aspect of innovation is business model innovation. Just next slide. Okay. Okay. What about technology? When we talk about technology, we talk about digital transformation. That means we use digital technologies such as AI, big data, and the Internet of Things to improve efficiency, reduce waste, and enhance sustainability. Then we also will talk about green technologies. That means we invest in technologies that reduce environmental impact, such as renewable energy efficient systems, and sustainable materials. And the third aspect of technology is automation and AI, where we leverage automation and AI to optimize processes, reduce errors, and improve decision making, all while maintaining a focus on sustainability. It's a bit slow. Okay. And as far as businesses are concerned, we need to have an implementation strategy. First is the assessment and goal setting. We have to assess what's the current state of the business in terms of sustainability and set clear, measurable goals. The most important thing, just like we tell you students when you're doing our PhD or your master's, that you must have objectives that are measurable and clear. Okay, then there is technology adoption and innovation culture. You must foster a culture of innovation that encourages creativity and the pursuit of solutions to sustainability. It's fast if I do it here. Okay, the implementation strategy also focuses on continuous improvement and stakeholder collaboration. Okay, what are the benefits of incorporating sustainable businesses? One is competitive advantage. It also encourages cost savings. It helps with risk management and brand reputation. Okay, the next topic that is also very critical, where technology plays an important role, is education. A sustainable, holistic approach to education through innovation and technology involves rethinking the educational system to create an environment that's not here. To create an environment that supports lifelong learning. It's easier if I control it. Okay, can I share? Oh, I can't share. Okay, create an environment that supports lifelong learning, equity, and environmental stewardship. And this approach integrates sustainability principles into curriculum, teaching methods, and institutional practices, and leveraging technology to enhance learning outcomes and accessibility. Okay, next one. What is the role of technology in holistic education? Technology plays a pivotal role in making education both holistic and sustainable, but transforming how knowledge is delivered, assessed, and experienced. There is personalized learning and adaptive learning platforms. The next one, please. Next one, the sustainability education, where we integrate sustainability. Can you please keep quiet? You're distracting me when you keep moving. Okay, sustainability education, you integrate sustainability into curriculum across all levels of education. This includes teaching students about environmental issues, social equity, and economic sustainability, and how this intersect with various fields of study. There is also interdisciplinary learning. Okay, I would not go into detail of that. It's quite obvious. Next one. Access, the thing with technology is that it gives access to quality education, which is online learning and open educational resources. Free open license educational materials are made online, available online. This means that students can access any kind of material that they want online and free of charge. There's also support for diverse learning needs. With technology, when I have a classroom with physical learners in front of me, I cannot adapt to the needs of all the different students. But with technology, you can support diverse learning needs, where you have assistive video.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Oh, okay, sorry guys, okay, there seems to be 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 some kind of technical glitch. Sorry about that. When you have holistic education and you incorporate technology and innovation, you can have enhanced engagement and motivation, where you can use interactive content as well as including game elements into learning, which can motivate students, making education more fun and encouraging persistence. No. What is this one? No. Okay. We can also use digital learning platforms by utilizing online platforms like more accessible, flexible, and tailored to their learning styles and paces. And there are many tech tools like AI-driven tutoring systems, interactive simulations, and virtual labs to enhance the learning and experience and provide hands-on experience in a digital environment. There are also sustainable practices in educational institutions. For example, you can encourage green campus initiatives as well as resource efficiency. There's also the reduction of physical resources when you incorporate sustainability into education. And there are long-term learning e-platforms that can be used. Okay. You can also foster community engagement and collaboration. You can have partnerships between educational institutions, businesses, and communities to create learning ecosystems that support sustainable development goals, as well as global networks to connect students and educators globally, allowing for exchange of ideas, like what we're doing today. You're across the world, but we can talk to you, we can see what you're doing, we can listen to your ideas, and this is what technology allows and facilitates. Oh, that's it. Am I still on light? No. Okay, thank you very much and have a very enjoyable conference. I'll try to join in whenever I can, when I have a chance. So I'll give the conference back to Dr. Asif. So can you please carry on, Prof. Asif? Thank you. Push. Okay, just go up.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that wonderful keynote. Can you kindly stop sharing the screen, my technical team? Thank you. Right. So, that our keynote speech from Prof. Sulu. So, now we start about our main paper presentations at the moment. And in this particular slot, we have got 16 papers that is to be presented in today's slot. The tracks of social dimension, teaching, and learning. As you know, these are the 4 tracks that we have for this conference. Many of you may be presenting for the very first time. So you have a maximum will be allocated for each presenter, then followed by a Q&A session. So I'm going to start with myself. The paper that I'm presenting today is being titled as Adapting to Change, a qualitative study on continuous paper that I'm going to present. Okay. So this paper explores how adult learners engage in continuous professional learning to adapt to rapidly changing work environment. From a recent survey of 1,001 adults commissioned from a public panel-based company, Toluna, and drawn for equal males and female aged 18 and over in the UK. %34 had undertaken CPD. This was higher than men, 38%, than women, 31%, and those aged between 26 and 49. That is 42. Economic Forum 2020 reports that by 2025, 50% of all employees will be needed to reskill due to automation and technological advancement. Emphasize critical need for continuous professional learning to remain relevant in the workforce. Okay, I'm sorry for that glitches. So, in the scope of the research, as we see, this study actually explored the scope of continuous professional learning among adult learners who are university teachers, focusing on how they adapt to evolve the sectoral demand. Through an in-depth interviews method, the research examined the strategies, motivation, and challenges faced by adult learners in diverse professional settings. By investigating these dynamics, the study is to provide an insight of the effective learning practices that enhances adaptability and resilience in a rapidly changing job market, offering practical recommendations for educators and employers. In terms of the literature review, the systematic maintenance, improvement, and broadening of the knowledge and skills and the development of personal qualities necessary for the execution of professional and technical duties throughout the individual working life, as per the Friedman et al. 2000. Professional bodies and other organizations and groupings have been identified in the political economy of adult learning system approach, as per Desharadin 2017, and more explicitly in the model of multi-level governance in adult and further education, as per Skimen et al. So, the general management skill were the most important commonly recommended as a prescribed CPD topic after ethics, which was 47% of the rather low proportion, 28%, professional bodies that prescribe specific topics for inclusion in CPD, as per PERN 2021. So what was the research objective? The objective number one was to explore the practices employed by university teachers in continuous professional learning to adapt to changes in their professional environment. Objective number 2 was to examine the challenges faced by university teachers in engaging with continuous professional learning. So the correspondence research question to it is, what are the practices employed by the university teachers in continuous professional learning to adapt to changes in their professional environment? And what are the challenges faced by university teachers in engaging with continuous professional learning? The methodology of the study is a qualitative one, and by using an in-depth interviews to gather insight from adult learners about their continuous professional learning experiences. Data was analyzed thematically to identify common strategies, challenges, and adoption by providing a common comprehensive understanding of how adults navigate ongoing education in changing the work environment. The number of respondents in this study were 17, and that was the saturation level point for this qualitative in-depth interview. Unit of observations were global professionals engaged in teaching profession at the university level and having a doctoral degree that was earned after 2014. That means this study focused all those academic people who have done the degree at least now 10 years. So how within these 10 years of time, the continuous professional development was there for these faculty members. That was the methodology for the study. The data analysis based on the themes were self-directed learning strategies, like adult learners independently identify their learning needs, set goals, and select resources or courses to address these needs. Formal versus informal learning practices, formal learning method, example, structured course and certification. The time constraint and workload, the heavy workload and time demand associated with teaching, research, and administrative duties limit lecturers' opportunities for engaging on to continuous professional development. The other themes of this analysis were lack of institutional support and resources, where the extent to which insufficient institutional support, such as limited funding for professional development, inadequate access to resources, or lack of encouragement from the institution, affects lecturers' ability to pursue ongoing learning. Motivation and perceptual barrier was another theme that was common among the respondents, who said that motivation and perception, such as lack of perceived relevance of professional development activities, resistance to change, or low motivation to engage into further training due to career stagnation or satisfaction with current competencies. Well, let's look into the summary of the findings. Absence of sector-focused strategies on CPD for the university teachers, workload factor to the CPD, the lack of institutional support and resources, motivational and perceptual barrier, and there was another finding which outlined the private and public institution perception, whereby most of the respondents onto the private sector have said that due to their workload, due to their other administrative duties, they were not really focusing on their continuous professional development, whereas the respondents from the public institutions, the public university have mentioned that they had sufficient time to deliver or to embark into the continuous professional development due to their research work and other things. They had ample of time for those activities. Contribution to the study, enhanced understanding of the CPD needs and preferences was seen. The study provided detailed insight into specific needs and preferences and effective CPD practices and barriers. So this paper also suggested to inform the designing more effective, supportive, accessible CPD initiative, leading to improved professional growth and job satisfaction among the university staff. Recommendations, well, implement flexible and accessible CPD formats, strengthening the institutional support and resources, align CPD with teaching and research goal, foster a culture of peer learning and collaboration were the main recommendation of this particular research. And finally, a word of conclusion, that this study underscores the essential role of continuous professional learning in helping university teachers to adapt to ever-evolving demands of academia. Through qualitative analysis, we identified key strategies that educators use to engage in CPD, as well as the barriers they encounter. Finding revealed that flexible, relevant, and institutionally supported CPD opportunities are crucial for effective professional development. Addressing these needs and challenges can significantly enhance the teaching quality, career satisfaction, and overall the academic growth of the person and the institution as well. Right. With that, I conclude my paper presentation on adapting to change on the continuous professional development learning among the adults, among the university teachers. Right. From the panel, any question for clarifications? I think Mr. Dona is here today, the panel member. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Prof. I have a question regarding focus of research. May I please know why you choose this particular area for your paper?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dona, for that question. The main reason for selecting this particular topic was mainly, as we all are professionals and we need to have a continuous professional development and learning. And the study was focusing on academics with a doctoral degree. Actually, after they have completed their studies, earned the degree, that was the research methodology, that they must have earned the degree at least 10 years from now. So how far actually they could develop due to their other commitments? Where are they really progressing? Are they really thinking they are learning and they are adding more value to their professions? Or they are facing a lot of challenges in order to further develop as a continuous professional development, which is common to lawyers, which is common to accountants, which are common to all other professional bodies as well.
Thank you, Prof. There's one more question. Could you please explain why a qualitative study was chosen for this topic, please?
Okay. The main reason for selecting this as a qualitative study initially was because this is a part of my research which will have a qualitative and later on is going to have a quantitative part as well. But this particular research was carried out on a qualitative to get an in-depth information from the responding faculty members globally to know actually what they are facing the problems, or are the organizations really supporting them to continue as a CPD, because it is not a benefit for the academician only. It is the academician and the institution both together get the chance to develop. I mean, it is a win-win for both of them. Like, for example, as a part of continuous professional development, for example, these sort of conferences that we are hosting. So the university supports us to carry on. So this is a research work that we are doing. So we are putting into the platform the global researchers, and we are trying to contribute our knowledge. And through all of your participation, we are trying to add value to the conference. So that is also a part of CPD. So that means it is that institution must also support you to carry on with the work of your professional development. So that was the main reason why it was qualitative, to get more in-depth information. And gradually, the further research from here will be a greater survey in terms of quantitative to know more information thereby.
Thank you, Prof. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dodona. Okay, now from Malaysia, we move on to Zimbabwe. So our next presenter is from Zimbabwe. Is going to present on transforming education and business in Zimbabwe, exploring the interplay between technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence by Stanleys Dawa. Stanleys, you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. You may start sharing your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Let me share the screen. Is it appearing?
Yeah, it is already here. You may start. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very good morning to Africa and Europe. Good afternoon to Asia, and good evening to Australia. My name is Stanislaus Dawa, as has been referenced by Professor Karim. The title of my paper is Transforming Education and Business in Zimbabwe. Right. And I want to explore the interplay between technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence. All right. Right. So the introduction, the dawn of the 21st century has ushered in remarkable technological breakthroughs, revolutionizing various aspects of our lives, learning, and professional endeavors. In Zimbabwe, there is a growing acknowledgement of technology's capacity to foster sustainable development, enhance educational outcomes, and improve business performance. According to Puni 2017 and Andreas Kaplan 2018, have stressed the importance of embracing sustainable digital transformation in education and business to achieve long-term benefits. This paper investigates the transformative potential of technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence in Zimbabwe's education and business sectors, aligning with the conference theme. The study examined recent initiatives such as the government's e-learning program, according to the Zimbabwe Tech 2020, and the growth of the digital entrepreneurship, according to Moyo 2019, to illustrate the intersection of these factors. This study investigated the dynamic relationship between technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence in revolutionizing business and education. The research delve into the current landscape of technology and artificial intelligence in education and business in Zimbabwe, to pinpoint existing challenges and opportunities, and put forward practical solutions to leverage the potential of technology and artificial intelligence in driving development and prosperity in the country. By exploring the intersection of technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence in education and business, this paper aims to contribute to the ongoing debate on the role of technology in driving development and provide insights for policymakers, educators, and business leaders seeking to harness the potential of technology to drive economic growth and outcomes in the country. I'll continue with the background. In Zimbabwe, technology has the potential to tackle the challenges plaguing education and business. However, concerns persist about unequal access to technology and the digital divide. This was also captured by UNESCO 2019. Recent research by scholars like Puni 2017 and Andreas 2018 have underscored the importance of sustainable digital transformation in education and business. Moreover, scholars like Manyika et al. 2017 have highlighted the potential for artificial intelligence to drive economic growth and enhance decision-making processes, further emphasizing the need for a comprehensive approach to technology adoption in Zimbabwe. Innovation endeavors like the e-learning platform have showcased the technology's potential to enhance access to quality education. Nevertheless, obstacles such as unreliable electricity and internet connectivity persist in the country. To overcome these hurdles, this paper presents a comprehensive framework for sustainable digital transformation, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence and other digital technologies to expand access to quality education and foster business innovation, ultimately promoting sustainable development and economic growth. Scope of the research. The research intends to cover initiatives such as government's e-learning program, the ZimTech 2020, and the growth of digital entrepreneurship. Also, the study investigates the dynamic relationship between technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence in revolutionizing the education sector and the business sectors as such. Literature review, those are the authors that I looked at. The components that I also looked at, it was technological, pedagogical content knowledge, called the TPAC framework. Lack of teacher training and support hinders the effective implementation of technology in Zimbabwean schools. Artificial intelligence has the potential to revolutionize industries and improve business outcomes. Technology can exacerbate existing social inequalities in education. Development of sustainable digital businesses and education systems requires a comprehensive approach that takes into account the complex interplay between technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence. Research objectives. To investigate the impact of technology on teaching, learning, and business in Zimbabwe, including the effectiveness of e-learning platforms and digital resources. 2, to examine the role of artificial intelligence in driving sustainable digital business trends and innovations in Zimbabwe, including e-commerce and digital entrepreneurship. 3, to explore the social dimensions of technology in education and business, their impact on sustainable development in Zimbabwe, and then 4, to identify strategies that can support the development of sustainable digital businesses and education systems in Zimbabwe, and recommend ways to address the challenges and barriers to adoption. Then the research questions, technology. How do Zimbabwean education and businesses utilize technology to enhance teaching and learning? Then on sustainability, what role does artificial intelligence play in driving sustainable digital businesses in Zimbabwe? Then implications, what are the social implications of technology adoption in Zimbabwean education? Then transformation, what policies and strategies can support the development of sustainable digital businesses and education systems in the country? Then research methodology on design, mixed methods approach, integrating both qualitative and quantitative research methods to provide a comprehensive understanding of the matter. Then population, 100 participants comprising 50 educators and 50 business leaders aimed at gathering their insights, experiences, and perspectives on the adoption and impact of technology and artificial intelligence in their respective fields. Then sampling technique, study employed stratified random sampling, one of a probability sampling technique, and then stratified random sampling was used when in the population being sampled is heterogeneous overall, but can be divided into homogeneous strata. Then data collection techniques, primary data is gathered when the investigator records what in fact occurred, otherwise anything remained really supposed at the period. This study adopted secondary data since it permits the researcher to acquire information by inspecting the research problem over past and present scholars. The researcher used ethnography to analyze online discussions, posts, comments, and shares related to the research topic on platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Data analysis, descriptive statistics contains the utilization of numeral, graphical, and estimation procedures of area and scale to find informational collections and present what has been found. That's according to that author. Data analysis, descriptive statistics used, case studies, focus groups, and ethnography were used. Data cleaning and preparation, descriptive statistics, thematic analysis, and data integration were also used. Then on the summary of findings, the study's findings reveal a complex and nuanced picture of the intersection of technology, sustainability, and artificial intelligence in education and business in Zimbabwe. Regarding artificial intelligence, the survey revealed a high level of interest among educators and business leaders, with many seeing its potential to improve efficiency and productivity. I must hasten to say that in the area of artificial intelligence, there were, on the responses, there were concerns about the capacity of artificial intelligence in taking over their jobs. But it's a topic that is raging on in Zimbabwe, where people are being assured that artificial intelligence is can never take the role of strategic thinking, and also artificial intelligence cannot do decision making. It cannot do decision making for individuals, and it does not have emotional intelligence. So with that assurance in mind, people are now taking on board the benefits of artificial intelligence. It's a debate that is raging on, not only in Zimbabwe, but across the world, and the risks associated with the artificial intelligence. Technology adoption is not widespread. There is a willingness to embrace new technologies, aligning with the conference theme of new approaches to teaching and learning in the 21st century. The significance of sustainability in the participants' perspectives, aligning with the conference theme of sustainable digital business trends and innovations, resonates very well with the theme of the conference. Findings also highlight the importance of encouraging human-centered approaches to technology adoption and innovation. Right. Contribution. The research contributes to the potential of artificial intelligence benefits and the enormous expansion to the economy. The technology absorption will leapfrog the economy into the 21st century, not only in business, but also in the education sector. It resonates very well with the presentation that was made by the Vice Chancellor to say that in universities, they are already using EdTech tools, digital learning platforms, interacting content, using also gamification. So there is, across the breadth of the country, there is a technology absorption because of its enormous benefits. There is interface between the education sector, business, and artificial intelligence. Recommendations. There is the need for human-centered approaches to technology adoption and innovation is key, is critical. So And prioritizing ethical considerations and social responsibility is also very key. The importance of prioritizing ethical consideration and social responsibility in technology adoption and innovation is very key. There is also need to invest in education and training programs. As has been said in various platforms, if a country needs to develop faster, they need to invest in education and also the technologies that goes along with it. There is also need to develop sustainable and ethical artificial intelligence practices. Concerns, I'm sure you, the panelists and members on this panel agree with me that there is a worldwide concern, particularly with the utilization of artificial intelligence. So there is need to develop these ethical practices in using this very important technology. Encourage human-centered approaches to technology adoption and innovation. Prioritize ethical considerations and social responsibility in technology development and its use. Conclusion. The data suggests a growing interest in artificial intelligence and aligning with the conference theme of artificial intelligence in business. However, the variation in responses indicates a need for further education and discussion. The data suggests that while there are concerns about job displacement, they are not overwhelming, indicating a willingness to embrace artificial intelligence potential benefits, aligning with the conference theme of artificial intelligence in business. By integrating technology and sustainability into curriculum and business practice, we can prepare the next generation of leaders to address the complex challenges of the 21st century. And bringing on board these technologies, it has the capacity to leapfrog developing countries to reduce the number of years to become developed countries. The study's findings also highlighted the need for investment in education and training programs to enhance technology adoption and AI understanding. The ethnography data also revealed online discussions among educators and business leaders about the importance of human-centered approaches to technology adoption. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Stanley, for the presentation. Just a few clarification on this one. Okay, just you are talking about the Zimbabwe's perspective on exploring the interplay between technology, sustainability, and AI. How far, for example, Africa and Zimbabwe, for that matter, is ready to adapt all that AI has to offer?
Yes, right. For example, in Zimbabwe, the government of Zimbabwe has established a ministry of information and technology, whose primary responsibility is to adopt technologies. For example, in the area of, in the paper that I presented, I made reference to the fact that the country, part of the country does not access issues like internet. But now it has signed an agreement with Starlink. The coming on board of Starlink will leapfrog the country to be able to utilize internet and also to adopt artificial intelligence. As we are speaking right now, there is a department that was established to embrace artificial intelligence, and they are working in collaboration with all the universities in the country. So to us, and also business, have the country in their social responsibility agenda, they have also contributed budgets towards the adoption of artificial intelligence. Although there is caution to embracing fully artificial intelligence because of the underlying risks that I mentioned. So yes, Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, and the whole of the continent are really adopting to this. And just this year, early this year, the whole continent conducted a conference, particularly to look at technology. So indeed, the continent is not being left behind in terms of embracing technology, including universities.
Okay, thank you very much for that insightful information. Fine. Now, this sustainability, in terms of your main finding, what was the first important main finding of the study? That's my last question to you. Yeah.
The most important finding of this research was that universities have now, all of them, from the responses that we got, they are accepting, they are saying that technology is the way to go. Business is also acknowledging that technology is the way to go. Artificial intelligence is the way to go. So it's now a question of the governments, not only Zimbabwe, to fine-tune their policies and the procedures to adapt that the new dispensation.
Okay, thank you very much, Stanley, for the presentation. Okay, right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now from Zimbabwe, we move on to Bangladesh. Our next paper presenter is going to talk about sustainable development and environment conservation, a comparative study on protecting environmental human rights by Muhammad Abdul Hannan. So Muhammad Abdul Hannan, you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation, then followed by Q&A, please. So Stanley, if you may kindly stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. So, Mr. Stanley, if you kindly can stop sharing the screen.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, please. And also, I will kindly request all present here to please keep the mic in a mute. Let the only speaker have the mic on unmute. And I think there was just before Mr. Hannan begins, or you can start sharing the screen, Mr. Hannan. I think from Mr. Barnabas, there was a question about IT and technology, AI and technology. Yes, technology is the broader umbrella. AI is a component of that technology. One of the component, one of the several components that may broadly be under the technology. AI is one of the component of that. Yes, Muhammad Abdul Hannan, you may start.
Thank you, sir. Warm greetings and very good afternoon from Bangladesh to distinguished keynote speaker, honorable convener, and respected panelists and presenters, participants from different parts of the world. Today, in today's conference, my paper's title is Sustainable Development and Environment Conservation, a comparative study on protecting environmental human rights. introduction, the concepts of sustainable development, environmental conservation, and human rights are all inherently interconnected. In essence, it is known that sustainable development aims to meet the needs of present generation without compromising ability of future generations. At the same time, protection of environment and promoting sustainable development are essential steps in attaining a strong and balanced global ecosystem. In this study, the current legal frameworks in place to safeguard the environment of Bangladesh while promoting economic growth have been analyzed properly, with a thorough comparison practiced in India, Nepal, and Malaysia, and so on. A global response to environmental challenges that have been exacerbated by industrialization has been the result of historical recognition of the right to healthy environment as a third-generation human right. Having said that, Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals, which embodies the principle of sustainable development, aims to strike a balance between environmental preservation and economic growth. Background of the study: environmental degradation poses a significant threat to human rights, affecting health, availability of resources, overall quality of life. Neglecting environment in sustainable growth strategies can lead to environmental degradation, which in turn can negatively impact human health and economy. Additionally, as per the European Convention on Human Rights, there is an inherent connection between environment and human rights. The foundation of this claim was established in 1972 Stockholm Declaration on Human Environment, and has been further developed by different authorities such as Inter-American Court of Human Rights in its latest advisory opinion, Environment and Human Rights. Additionally, state management systems play a vital role in overseeing nature management, environmental protection in urbanized industrial zones. Research objectives. The primary objectives of the study are as follows: to evaluate legal institutional policy frameworks that support environmental conservation and sustainable development in diverse areas of countries, to identify most effective practices in environmental conservation and sustainable development, to investigate the challenges, obstacles that are encountered in implementation of environmental conservation and sustainable development initiatives, to offer policymakers, stakeholders, international organizations, actionable recommendations for more effective sustainable development and environmental conservation strategies. Research questions based on objectives: how do the legal institutional policy frameworks of various countries promote international environmental conservation and sustainable development? Which environmental conservation and sustainable development practices are most effective in safeguarding environmental human rights? What are the primary challenges and obstacles that countries face when implementing environmental conservation and sustainable development initiatives? How do different countries resolve these distinctive challenges associated with protection of environmental human rights through sustainable development? Research methodology. The study is legal, doctrinal, analytical appreciation based on integrative literature review, critical appraisal on legal primary sources, statutes, policies, conventions, declarations, resolutions, decision of the courts are conducted thoroughly relevant to the assessment of legislative policy framework for preserving environment during establishment of government development projects. Integrative literature review includes country-based studies, local research publication, government documents, and so on. Some current literature on the content. As per a study of Bint Basir and Tasneem, the findings of the study in Bangladesh, environmental justice is the advancement, not human development. Harwati, as per a study of Harwati and Wankana, the finding of the study, the rapid process of infrastructure projects in Indonesia has infringed upon the rights of local communities. Turaga and Sogatan, in this study, the findings, India created National Green Tribunal in 2010 as a judicial body to improve access to environmental justice. Jawad et al. In this study, the finding in Malaysia, the federal court mandated that developments impacting sensitive areas must undergo environmental impact evaluations. Upadhyay, the title of the study, Dichotomy of Rights and Development, a rights-based approach to development in Nepal. The findings, Nepal has achieved notable progress in harmonizing growth with the safeguarding of environmental human rights. Summary of findings. In Bangladesh, the legal framework is designed to safeguard environmental rights during economic development by implementing environmental impact assessments and environmental justice laws. Notwithstanding the notable surge in environmental regulations, there exist obstacles in execution and enforcement. The study finds the following aspects as significant challenges in protecting environmental human rights during economic development of the country. Number one, the challenge, although the challenges persist, Bangladesh has implemented numerous initiatives to strike a balance between economic development and environmental protection. The economy has been substantially stimulated by rapid industrialization of Bangladesh. In order to preserve natural resources, the government has implemented a variety of laws, including Environment Conservation Act 1995, Environment Code Act 2008, Bangladesh Water Act 2013. In order to address these concerns, legal loopholes, institutional vulnerabilities, lack of enforcement of environmental impact assessment have all contributed to the inadequacy of implementation of these laws. Article 18 of Bangladesh Constitution requires the state to safeguard and enhance environment. However, these principles are not legally binding, which restricts their efficacy. This is the result of politically motivated decision-making and uncoordinated governmental approach. Furthermore, it has been determined that foreign direct investment can enhance environmental quality provided that it is directed appropriately, for example, towards green technology in agricultural sector. The Bangladesh Constitution lacks explicit provision of environmental preservation, as Article 8.2 specifies that fundamental principles contained in Part 2 of Bangladesh Constitution are not subject to judicial enforcement. Recommendations to the study, where accumulated the basic contribution of the study to ensure the protection of environmental rights during development projects with application of sustainable development principle. Following recommendations are stated. Bangladesh has a legal policy frameworks in place for environmental protection. However, the effectiveness of this measure is impeded by implementation challenges, requiring more comprehensive and integrated approach of economic policy and environmental governance. The notion of environmental personhood is supposed to be advocated during development project of government for legal recognition, safeguarding of natural entities such as rivers and forests. Based on economic perspective, it is proposed to implement policies that support appreciation of exchange rates, foreign direct investment towards green technologies in the agricultural sector. This will help achieve balance between economic growth and environmental sustainability. The nation's dedication to renewable energy is essential as a significant portion of its energy consumption. Environmental sustainability is further supported by transition to renewable energy. All development projects should be legally required to conduct environmental impact assessment in order to identify, anticipate, assess any potential environmental effects prior to project approval. This calls for thorough evaluation procedures. Conclusion. Finally, the legal provisions enumerated are essential for the protection of environmental rights during development initiatives, as they facilitate balance between economic growth and ecological preservation. The strict application of sustainable development principles, such as polluter pays principle, public engagement, and precaution, can ensure that development not only meets the current requirements of community, but also safeguards the environment for future generations. That's all. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Handan, for that timely presentation. Okay, kindly I will request Dr. Dona to go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Hanan. My first question to you is, what are the key challenges faced in enforcing environmental human rights in developing versus developed countries?
Thank you. As per my study finding, Prof, I would like I would like to share here the basic challenge for developing country. I think implement the policies which are available, the strictness and adherence to the policies, and in some cases resource constraint. Resource constraint might be a bit basic challenge. In case of developed countries, I would like to share as per my study, most of the developed countries following the preservation of environment beside development projects very strictly, and they are having priority to protect the environment in government, in every government development policies. There might be a bit lacking in real application of the existing laws, but comparatively, the situation is a bit deteriorating in case of developing countries like Bangladesh. I think a bit clear to you. I think a bit, yeah.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you. So I have one more question. Could you please elaborate on the implication of your study on sustainable development and environmental conservation, specifically to how do your findings contribute to the protection of environmental human rights, and what practical application or policy recommendation might arise from your study?
Thank you. Actually, in our country, I have some comparative study regarding the practice relevant to the development project and emphasize on environment protection, the practice available in India, Nepal. So in my comparative findings, I would like to share, there should have a bit use of renewable energy, developing policies to practice or to utilize renewable energy to protect the environment during the development project. That is one of the significant findings. And in case of foreign direct investment, as a developing country like Bangladesh, when green technology use might be a prerequisite or conditions to have investment in or to have every development projects, this might contribute greatly in preserving ecological balance of developing country like Bangladesh. These are the remarkable aspects of it. And policy implementation, strictness to the policy. Further development is not adequately requisite, but the policies existing in the country, the implementation of those policies for having a balance between development projects and protection of environment nationally. That is, I think, with a comparative study in the practice of developing countries, if the country follows the policy implementation strictly, there might come result in case of protecting environmental human rights. Am I clear, ma'am?
So background
yes, Dr. Hanan, thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. Thank you, Prof. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much for that presentation. May I kindly request Mr. Tandai to please keep the mic mute?
Most welcome,
Thank you.
Prof. And
okay, now from Bangladesh. Yeah, thank you so much. Now from Bangladesh, we move on to China. Our next paper presenter is going to talk about research on college students' mobile phone addiction problem and countermeasures in Sichuan province by Teng Xiaoteng. So Teng Xiaoteng, you have got 10 minutes to make the presentation, and you may please start sharing your screen. All the best.
Okay. Am I audible? Hello? Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. and share the screen. Just a moment. Okay. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, researchers. Good morning, good evening. It's a great honor to do this display. Let me share my screen. Did it appearing? Okay. My name's Tang Xiaotang. My purple title is Research on College Students' Mobile Phone Addiction Problem and Countermeasures in Sichuan. The first introduction, science and technology are a double-edged sword. With the advent of the 5G era, the powerful functions of smartphones have led to the emergence of mobile phone addiction. Among college students who have fewer courses, more free time, and limited self-control, mobile phone addiction has become a prominent issue. Therefore, understanding the current situation of mobile phone addiction among college students, analyzing the causes of mobile phone addiction, and exploring the strategies to address this issue has become important topics of college education institutions. This study aims to explore the current status and characteristics of mobile phone addiction and provides the most suitable recommendations for college students in Sichuan. The background. As of 2023, the average daily mobile internet usage time in Sichuan exceeded 7 hours, with video content being the primary usage. Furthermore, Sichuan mobile internet users spend the most time on video apps, with an average daily use of approximately 2.05 hours. This is followed by social apps, with an average daily usage of about 1.68 hours, and communication apps with an average daily usage of about 1.53 hours. In terms of the overall education and age structure of citizens in Sichuan province, college students account for the largest proportion and should be the primary focus of attention. College students in particular are at a stage where they are no longer under parental supervision and have poor self-control, making them more likely to become blindly addicted to the internet, leading to mobile phone addiction, where the absence of a phone can cause irritability, and anxious, inability to concentrate, seriously describing their normal studies and daily lives, and affecting their mental health. So we can see the mobile phone addiction is serious in the college students. According to the 2023 National Mental Health Blue Book report, since 2019, mobile phone addiction has received significant attention from the psychology community, becoming a major research focus for psychologists from 2019 to 2022. Some psychologists even predict that mobile phone addiction will be one of the most important no-drug dependencies of the 21st century. So this study conducted a burnout survey on mobile phone addiction among students at a college in Sichuan, focusing on nursing students. The survey was conducted in May 2024 using an online questionnaire distributed through questionnaire star. A total of 230 questionnaires were distributed, and 177 valid responses were connected. 48 males and 121 females. The section is my literature review. The literature is organized according to international research, this is international literature on mobile phone addiction research and research in China from 2017 to 2024, and research in Sichuan. However, there are currently few studies focused on college students in Sichuan. So I hope my research can help fill some of these gaps. Okay, research objectives. The first, to determine the pattern of mobile phone usage among college students in Sichuan and to assess the presence of mobile phone addiction, if only. And to develop solutions to alleviate mobile phone addiction among college students and conduct burnout implementation and evaluation. This is research questions. The current status of mobile phone addiction among college students in Sichuan. A case study of Sichuan Vocational College of Business, and to providing reasonable suggestions based on this status. This is the research methodology. Because it's a pilot or a case study, so our data analysis is only use the descriptive analysis. So the data analysis, overall situation of mobile phone addiction among college students in the pilot study. As shown in this table, among the 177 students surveyed, 98 meet the diagnostic criteria for mobile phone addiction, accounting for 55.37% of the respondents. The results indicated that mobile phone addiction among college students is quite severe, affecting their lives and studies. Exercise mobile phone usage time. The majority of students spend more than 6 hours a day using their mobile phone online. With a central proportion spending more than 10 hours daily. Only a small number of students spend 2 or 4 hours online daily. In the pilot survey, 52.54% of students experience ear pain from prolonged phone calls, and the majority of students report neck and shoulder pain due to frequent phone use. College students are inseparable from their mobile phone. College students generally considered mobile phones an essential part of their lives and experience anxiety when their phones were not around. Most study carried their phones during class or activities, and only small portion left their phones at home or in the dormitory. Because of this, more students choose to play with their phones in class rather than listen to the teachers, affecting their studies. Most students are over-dependent on their mobile phones. According to the data, most respondents felt anxiety or uneasy when their phones are lost or certainly unavailable, and some students even felt they couldn't live without their phones. More than half felt insecure when they forgot their phones when going out. About 80.78% of college students checked their phones first thing in the morning, fearing missing any message, and 45.19% keeping their phones on even while sleeping. So our findings and conclusions. College students generally use their phones less for study. Based on the survey, most students at their college school use their phones less for study. Most students lack self-discipline and don't manage their time well when using their phones, resulting in excessive online time and affecting their studies. And second, the entertainment functions of phones are highly attractive to students. So our recommendations encourage physical exercise to alleviate mobile phone dependence, and second, contact group psychological counseling to regulate phone usage, and third, emphasize psychological health education to enhance the students' self-control, and then leverage student associations to improve social skills, and then strengthen family care and guidance to improve the students' self-discipline. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deng Xiaoting, for
you,
the
Professor.
presentation. Okay, right. Can you tell me what was the main finding of your study? Have you done a full study or it's only up to the pilot study?
Okay, this is just the pilot study, just a case study, yeah. So, I only, my study is
So what was the
only
main
in
finding?
this study is in the Sichuan vacation. Oh, okay. This is okay. This is study is only in the one college school.
All right. So, in terms of your major finding, what was it? What did you find out? The
My
main
find
finding.
out is the college students generally use their phones less for study, and the entertainment functions of phones are highly attractive to students, and the most students are overly dependent on their mobile phones.
That means the level of addiction to mobile phone is very high.
Yes. it's very high.
Right.
In this school, yeah.
So how do you see a recommendation for it? Are you for it or are you against it? I mean, since the mobile phone addiction is very high,
Okay.
do you think it is good for society or not good for society?
Yes, I think this is a good idea. For example, the first encourages physical exercise to evaluate mobile phone dependence. Physical exercise plays a positive role in the addressing mobile phone addiction issue. So schools should organize diverse sports activities and encourage students to participate in physical exercise to reduce their dependence on phones and help them spend less time on their phones daily. So I think the recommendations is a good idea. Are good ideas.
That means instead of too much involvement onto the mobile phone, you are recommending for the candidates to be more involved in sports and other activities, right?
Yes, yes. The mobile phone addiction will
Reduce.
yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Teng Xiaoting, for that
Okay,
presentation.
thank you, Peppa.
Thank you. You
Thank
may
you.
concentrate on your final paper. If not submitted yet, then please submit
Yeah.
as soon as possible. Yeah? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now from China, we move on to Somalia. Our next paper presenter is going to talk about investigating the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. Empirical evidence from Mogadishu, Somalia, by Muhammad Jama Elmi. Over to you, Jama. You may start sharing your screen. And please note, you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Atif Mahbub Karim. Yes. This is Muhammad Jama Ilmi. I'm I'm currently now in South Sudan. So I'm submitting the paper poverty alleviation, poverty
I think it got disconnected. Just waiting for him to connect back with us.
Yeah, I think Jama is not at the moment here for some technical glitch. Is locked out. We'll just see for a few more seconds. If he doesn't join in, then we may go on to the next paper presenter, that is Zhou Jingjing. Are you here, Zhou Jingjing? Yes. Just hold on, Zhou Jingjing. We'll just
Yes, I'm
see.
here. Yes,
Just hold on a
Professor.
few moments. Just hold on for a
Yeah.
few moments and see if he doesn't join back. Then I think he's joining back now. Just wait a moment.
Okay.
This is one of the great challenge of technology, that when we are being connected in different ways from different part of the globe, all part of the globe are not equally getting the proper bandwidth for the connectivity. So I think he has again logged out. Okay, Zhou Jingjing, you may kindly start your presentation from China. So when he comes back, we'll give him the floor. So you're presenting on study on the performance evaluation system for vocational college teachers.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All right, all the best.
Okay, good afternoon, professors and classmates. Thank you for coming to my presentation today. My name is Zhou Jingjing. It is my honor to have this opportunity for talk about my research. And my research title is a study on the performance evaluation system for vocational college teachers' teaching ability in Sichuan, China. I have chosen this topic because of my background in human resource management. Additionally, I'm working in the human resource department of a vocational college in China. And one of my main challenges is improving the work performance of teachers. Therefore, I have decided to study this topic in depth. My talk will be divided into the following main areas. To begin with, let me introduce the study. The number of vocational college and teachers in China are increasing yearly. Based on China's population data for the next decade, this number is expected to continue rising. A similar scenario can be observed in Sichuan, which highlights the need to focus on the group of vocational college teachers. Secondly, I will move to the background. Undoubtedly, teaching is one of the primary responsibilities of all educational institutions. Therefore, teaching should be a top priority for vocational colleges. However, most vocational colleges in Sichuan still rely on traditional methods to evaluate teachers' performance. It can reflect the different abilities of teachers, but it still has some drawbacks. Specifically, it emphasizes scientific research, but overlooks the importance of updating teaching skills. Next, literature review. As we can see, I choose 5 papers as my key literature review, which include the key definitions, methods, and theories about teacher performance evaluation. The research will address the following 4 research objectives and correspond with 4 research questions. And the research objectives to identify the impact mechanical of emphasis on scientific research and negative of teaching, to study the key factors that influence motivation for vocational college teachers' teaching ability, to explore strategies that can be used to improve the vocational college teachers' teaching ability performance evaluation system, to recommend guidelines for teachers and vocational college to sustainable development. And next is the research questions. What is the impact mechanical of emphasis on scientific research and negative of teaching ability? What are the key factors that influence the motivating of vocational college teachers' teaching ability? What strategies can be used to improve the vocational college teachers' teaching ability performance evaluation system? What guidelines can be provided for teachers in vocational colleges and government for the suitable development of the research? Then it is my research knowledge. However, design a performance evaluation system is not an easy task because there are many factors to impact the performance, and they are at different levels with different relative importance weights. Hence, I will use mixed methods, quantitative and qualitative. For the quantitative method, select factors and sub-factors were discussed by 4 focus groups and 10 people per group to have the correct and objective evaluation results. The source of data will be collected from officers of the Sichuan Department of Education, vocational college leaders, HR experts, and teachers. A quantitative method to acquire the factors and
Okay, Sapam, can you put?
Okay.
We've tried even the same like that. But we use
what?
we use a panel.
Jacqueline Sunday, can you kindly mute yourself, please?
And
Jacqueline, can you kindly mute yourself? Thank you. Okay, please carry on.
okay. Data analysis. The questionnaire will be developed by the 5-point Likert scale. Data will be collected by using stratified sampling. Data will be analyzed by with SPSS. And the summary of finding: teaching workload, teaching quality, teaching reform, teaching results, composed of teaching ability. Number of courses has the greatest impact on teaching tasks. Expert evaluation has a great impact on teaching quality. And the teaching research has the greatest impact on teaching reform. The number of teaching awards has the greatest impact on teaching results. And next, contribution. The primary contribution of this research is to identify how the teacher's teaching ability evaluation process can be more effective for teachers in building their capacity and improving their practice. And next is the conclusion is here. And I find the first level of the indicator and the secondary indicator, and every indicator have its weights. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Dr. Donna, for your some questions, please. Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the presentation, Sue. Okay, so my first question to you is, why have you chosen mixed method for your study?
Because I use the method is AHP, and AHP is combined with the quantitative and the quantitative.
Okay. So you know, one.
Hello.
Yeah, I think Dr. Donna having an issue there. So, what is the main finding of your study?
My study is about the teacher's teaching ability, and I find that there are 4 indicators about the teaching ability. The first one is teaching workload. The second one is teaching quality. The third one is teaching reform. The last one is teaching results.
Dr. Donna, are you able to hear now?
Yes, Prof, I can hear
Yeah,
now.
yeah, please you can continue. Thank you.
Yes. So how is it, you know, you have stated your findings. How is it actually relating to performance evaluation? Your study is on performance evaluation. So when I look at your objectives and research questions, see you're discussing on the utilization of technology in enhancing teaching, and then you just have one objective that focuses on you know, performance evaluation. So you know, how is your study, or you know, how you have done your analysis and not aligning with your title and your objectives and your findings, no?
Yeah, my title is the evaluation of teaching ability, and I use the AHP to find the indicators or the factors to impact the teaching ability.
It is on performance evaluation, right?
Yes, it's about teaching ability performance evaluation.
Okay. Okay, teaching ability of the teachers, and based on the teaching ability, the performance evaluation is done. Okay, could you please tell then what were the independent and dependent variables for your study?
Sorry, I'm not quite understand about the independent start.
Okay, because you're studying the factors influencing because you know, I see a lot of objectives, because you have factors influencing the motivation for vocational teachers, then I see the mechanism. So, you know, when you're having your study here, it must all be aligned. What is your title? It must be aligned with your objectives. If you're studying performance evaluation, then you know, your study must be focused on that, because here you have mechanism of emphasis on scientific research, then factors influencing, then you're looking into the strategies, then you're looking into the recommendations. So it must all be aligned. Okay. So you need to look into that aspect.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
Yes, that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe Jingjing, for the presentation. Okay, can we have Mr. Jama? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, I'm hear you.
Okay, fine. So can you start presenting? Because I understand you are speaking from South Sudan at the moment, where the connectivity may be a bit slow, but please start presenting. All the best. Okay.
Okay. I hope that you can hear me. You can see me.
Yes, we can. Please start sharing your screen.
Yeah, I shared it almost. Can you see me? My screen.
We are not able to see the PowerPoint. Can you share the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. I shared.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Can you see me my screen? Hello? Yes. This is my topic is the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. Hello?
Yes, can see your screen. You may please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the topic is the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction in Mogadishu, Somalia. So this I'm talking about in poverty and the impact of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. So poverty alleviation or poverty reduction is a form of remains one of the humanist most challenging problem. Poverty has been a constant issue for a long time. Poverty affects people from all over the world. They are trying, they are from developed to developing or undeveloped countries. This is the why United Nations developed program UNDP has placed poverty at the top of its priority for the sustainable development goals. Poverty has programs which is set to achieve by 2030. Poverty on data released by UNDP in Sustainable Development Goals. Poverty, the goal for population living in extreme poverty or in less than $1.9 per day has been declining since SDGs were implemented in 2015 until 2019, but it has slacking rate. Meanwhile, worldwide extreme poverty percentage fell from 10% 2015 to 8.2% in 2019. However, a terrible event occurred in 2020, where COVID-19 triggered a rise to global poverty for the first time in decades. This with the extreme poverty rate rising 8.8% and more than 71 million people being driven into poverty. So Islamic banking systems such as Murabaha, Mudaraba, Qarda Hassan that contribute to reduce poverty and adverse impact on social development. Bank's primary function is to work a financial intermediary collecting money from individuals who have financial surplus and transferring it to others who have financial deficit for a variety of purposes. Bank's capacity to channel money is mostly determined by their ability to gather funds from general public and channel to productive economic sector. In Somalia is a national development plan which officiated 5 years, 2020 to 2024, pathway toward economic emancipation and reduction of poverty in the country. Hence, surface of interim poverty reduction strategy paper with the framework of highly indebted poor country initiative. According to poverty analysis generated from ICBET 2022, 54.4% of Somali population live below poverty line as consume less than $2 per day. To compute measure for financial nominal household is total consumption expenditure. The best practice guidelines were allowed pursuant this return and saving. This aggregate measure encompasses expenditure of two main components, food and non-food consumption. So that I will go. Problem statement. Islamic banking plays a critical role in economic growth and economic development in many countries around the world. As indicated the above discussion, it is clear that Somalia is the poorest country in the world, as according to poverty analysis is generated from ICBET 2022. That 54.4% of Somali population line below the poverty line. This consume less than $2 per day. This poverty lead to the country to remain tremendous economic challenges and negatively affected living in the country. To solve this obstacle, several studies have been investigating the role of Islamic banking sector in poverty reduction. Although these studies, although many studies related to this problem investigation has been conducted in many parts of the world, yet there is a literature gap. There is in the study area. Therefore, this study aimed to bridge the literature gap and find out the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction in Mogadishu, Somalia. Limitation of the study due to restrictions of time, sample responsiveness and sample size were restricted. As the questionnaire was narrowed, some factors could not be studied in depth. Since the population was too much, sample has been taken from the population since some of good respondents has been left. The time was allocated. This paper was only 2 months. Literature. The ability of total asset of Islamic financial institutions in handling poverty issues has been explained by the experts in various ways. Hassan and Harhab 2010 and Nasser and Osman observed the capacity from the corporate social responsibility. The point as the point of view. The result of their research indicated that the effectiveness of poverty alleviation cannot be directly felt through total asset, but by allocating part of the corporate social responsibility activities. Meanwhile, Rahman and Hassan expressed a more optimistic view that the link of total asset poverty can be realized directly through microfinance approach. Some research in several countries have proven that microfinance is able to penetrate marginal group effectively. Mayer 2010 and Gwander 2013 proposed another way through establishment of social microfinance as Islamic financial institution. Murabaha is the one of the commonly used models in financing by Islamic banking and financial institution. Murabaha is particularly found as sold that where is a kind of a sell, where the seller expressly mentioned the cost has occurred for the sold of commodity and sells it into another person by adding some profit thereon. The murabaha is not a loan given to interest. It's a sold for commodity for cash delivered price. Hassan 2010. Objectives of the study. The main objective of this study is to determine the role of Islamic banking in buffer term reduction. Specific objectives of this study was to find out the role of murabaha in buffer term reduction, to examine the effect of mudaraba in buffer term reduction, to determine the role of musharaka in buffer term reduction. Research question is, what is the role of murabaha in buffer term reduction? What is the effect of murabaha in buffer term reduction? What is the role of musharaka in buffer reduction? Methodology, data analysis plan. This study investigates to test and analyze the influence of Islamic banking on buffer reduction. The study mainly looked at influence of Islamic banking on buffer reduction and the relationship between Islamic banking and buffer reduction. The researcher used descriptive research design with a quantitative research method with a sample size of 45 respondents, like those banks, premier banks, and other banks in Somalia and Mogadishu. Using random sampling, respondents were chosen to different departments and selected questionnaire to distribute to selected respondents from 4 departments of the banks. This is the data analysis plan. Data analysis in order to examine whether Islamic banking, including murabaha, mudalaba, musharaka, impact on buffer term reduction data was first tested with the data showed nominal distribution and analysis data. This study was done currently with data collection. Data collection. After data collection, the questionnaire of the respondents were sorted out accordingly. The responsiveness were verified accordingly and categorized and entered in the computer using statistical package for social science SPSS version 20 software. For the easy understanding and following the result, descriptive data analysis was used, and this result were presented using mean and standard deviation and correlation. So this is the correlation. The correlation analysis shows correlation between Islamic banking and buffer reduction. The result obtained from the significant moderate relationship between Islamic banking and buffer reduction. The findings indicate that there is a positive relationship and Islamic banking and buffer reduction, which was indicated R value 0.361 and B value 0.0015. Summary of the which finds that there is a positive relationship. Summary of the findings is from the data collection, data analysis. It's found that there is a positive relationship between Islamic banking and buffer reduction, as the most respondents voted that murabaha is the most ways that alleviates or reduces buffers, while others like mudalaba and others also have positive aspects in buffer reduction recommendations. This study recommended that banks and other financial institutions in Islamic perspective, which is offer an Islamic product, should offer community to offer Islamic the different ways of Islamic products, such as murabaha, to reduce or alleviate the poverty and make it easy the accessibility of murabaha. In addition to the needed to determine outcome impact of Islamic banking on poverty reduction, which include outside of Mogadishu. Also, several studies of after this paper will be conducted, and I also recommended to use a bigger sample size. Conclusion. This study examines the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. It was found that there is a positive relationship between Islamic banking and poverty reduction. It addresses that the need for Islamic banking to reduce poverty in Mogadishu. Question and answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Jama, for the presentation. Right, Dr. Dona, be able to hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mohammed. Under the literature review, I saw something on microfinance. Could you please explain what is the role of Islamic microfinance on poverty reduction?
Yeah, there's Islamic microfinance is that to give money for poor and low-income people who are not able to work or who are not able to get money, who are not able to start their own business. So they are giving them money. They started the money and they get back the money when they get the profit. They get back money for the from the there, and then they will give the money to Islamic banks. This is microfinance. So that the main purpose of microfinance is to help poor and low-income people who are not able to start their own. And was this one was first started Muhammad Yunus in Bangladesh, like Grameen banking. That person, he was considered as the father of microfinance in this world.
Right. Could you also please tell me, because your title is on just a moment, on poverty reduction, the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. Could you please tell how you have measured poverty reduction in your study?
Yeah, it's that it was found that since teenagers and young people, they may not have money, and Somalia is considered as to be one of the poorest country in the world for more than 33 years of civil war. So that people, they may not get the money, they may not start a business, they may not develop their lives. So they need Islamic banking, which is murabaha. Murabaha is that those in banks, they do that. They go when the customer come to the bank. They need, like, for example, like this bundle. I'm using internet. This bundle for him, but he cannot able to buy from the market this bundle. So he will go to Islamic bank. He will say that I need this bundle. I need this bundle. So that the bank will go to market and then he will buy from the market and then he will bring it to the bank and then he will give the bundle to the customer. And then so that the money for buying, if he was this one like $10, they will charge it, they will add for like $3. And then those people, they will use, like this is, I'm giving like an example for murabaha.
Right. Okay. Could you please tell me what is, the contribution of your study? What is the main contribution of your study?
Yeah, the main contribution of the study was that banks and other Islamic financial institutions to offer or to facilitate or to give Islamic banking products to people to fight with the poverty, to reduce poverty. Banks must give the money for like Qarda Hassan. Qarda Hassan, like that one, it was given to students when they are not able to pay school fee or university fee. They give the money, and then when school finish or university finish, they get back the money. So the main contribution of this study is that banks must give Islamic products to the civilians to reduce banking, so that when I checked it, that I fee and B fee, independent variable and dependent variable as a moderator as Islamic banking products like Murabaha, I recognized that most of the people voted that Islamic banking can reduce or prevent poverty.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for the presentation. Thank you, Prof. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Jama,
you, Professor.
for the presentation,
Thank
despite
you.
of your challenging issues from South Sudan. So you have joined in. All right. So we look forward to the finalization of the final paper. So now from South Sudan, we move into Southern Africa, to Zimbabwe. Our next paper presenter is going to talk about towards data center sustainability and assessment of sustainable ICT infrastructure practices in Zimbabwean public university data centers by Chinofunga Shekmore. Are you able to hear me, Chinofunga?
Prof, confirm that I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, Chinofunga. All the best to you. Please note, we'll have 10 minutes for the presentation, then followed by a few more minutes for the Q&A. All the best.
Thank you. Let me upload my slides. Right, thank you so much. I'll ride on existing protocol. Let me go straight into the introduction. Right. A modern university in Zimbabwe has been significantly transformed by the proliferation of digital technologies for teaching, learning, research, administration, and innovations community. And this is enshrined in the new education doctrine, Education 5.0, where they're in pursuit of teaching, learning, community service, industrialization, and innovation. And central to all this digital proliferation, there are data centers, which house the critical network, electronic, networking, Wi-Fi, local area networks, computing, processing, storage resources that enable these administrative and academic activities to happen. So the background now is during the pre-COVID and post-COVID pandemic era, it has triggered now the exponential growth and reliance on digital technologies, which are data intensive and they require a lot in kind of internet. And these applications, obviously, they need connectivity. In Zimbabwe, public universities possess a server room or a data center that accommodates the network infrastructure that I've been talking about, these complex processing machines and storage servers. So these data centers are estimated globally to be accounting for 1 to 3% of the world's total electricity consumption, and some researchers have attributed about 30% of the energy consumption of a specific organization being consumed by data centers. So the substantial energy consumption, heat production, the cooling requirements, and the carbon emissions that are associated with the running of these servers have underscored the importance of adopting sustainable practices. And these PUs, public universities, they play a very critical role in driving the nation's research, innovation, and industrialization agenda, ensuring environmental sustainability in light of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the scope of this research is the data center infrastructure, the servers that I'm talking about, the networking equipment, and how they are cooled. Then energy efficiency, the issues of monitoring energy consumption, then environmental sustainability, the issue of now managing software-induced obsolescence, the e-waste and end-of-life management of the same equipment that will be resident in the server rooms. And then the ICT infrastructure management, the virtualization and adoption of cloud computing in these data centers, and the obvious thing that I've alluded to, the cooling and powering of this sustainable cooling and powering of this the server rooms. But of all these scope-related stuff, is there a policy or regulatory framework that supports the practices that are being carried out in these universities? So literature review. The literature has been informed by the World Bank report of 2023 and about data center dimensions, where there is an enabling environment, the policy framework, then the services and utilities, where we talk about the design of the buildings themselves. Is it natural cooling? Is it automated cooling? Then the sustainable ICTs monitoring, then sustainable energy. We're looking at wind power monitoring, wind powering, we're looking at solar.
Sorry, Chinofunga,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. You have to change your slides. You are still on your title slide.
Oh, this side is moving. Let me.
Yeah.
I'm on literature review. Can you see?
Yes, exactly. I can see now. Okay, carry on. Thank you.
That's fine. So I was talking about the World Bank data center dimensions, where we look at sustainable ICT being the integration of eco-friendly practices in the design, operation, and disposal of ICT equipment in data centers. And this has been supported by people who have been researching on issues of sustainable ICT, green ICTs, the Murgasen since 2008. Then the sustainable design, which is the cutting edge cooling methods, the energy conserving hardware, renewable energy, water, and untimely influence of energy usage. Then end of life management, data center powering, this was the literature that was, and then in this, we then investigated the theories of technology adoption, where we looked at the TOE framework, the technological factors, the relative advantage, the technical skills, organizational factors, the budgets, management support, slack resource availability, environmental factors, where we looked at the regulations, the industry pressure, and the government support in light of sustainability in data centers. Then we looked at the diffusion of innovation theory, where we looked at the relative advantages that comes with technologies, the compatibility with the systems in data centers, likes of virtualization platforms, are they compatible with the hardware that is in the data centers, then the complexity of implementing practices in data centers, triability of the practices, and observability of the benefits that come with sustainable practices in these data centers. So in now trying to comprehend the sustainability practices by ICT directors, the upper echelon theory came in very handy. Then the institutional theory, since data centers are being implemented across the multiplicity of universities in Zimbabwe, the public universities, 13 of them. So we instituted the institutional theory, the mimetic pressures, the normative pressures, and the cohesive pressures that are coming in handy in literature. Then the research objectives that then came out of this title was to examine the current state of the implementations in these data centers, then identify the key drivers that influence the adoption of these practices in data centers, then to explore the perceptions of ICT directors towards sustainable ICT data centers is influencing the kind of practice that are existing in the data centers, then to provide recommendations to inform development of targeted interventions to enable Zimbabwean public university transitioning towards more sustainable power with data center operations. And these are the research questions that accompanied the research objectives, where we looked at how are the sustainable ICT, what are they currently implemented in Zimbabwean data centers, what are the key drivers, then how do our ICT directors perceive sustainable data center practices and what are the recommended interventions. The methodology is a mixed methods approach where the public universities, 13 public universities were reached out, and qualitative inquiry then followed to get an in-depth understanding of the perceptions on implementations in data centers. And these we reached out to 12 ICT directors as key informants. And the data analysis was, we used SPSS version 27 and AMOS for descriptive statistics, and obviously for the structural equation modeling as part, it was AMOS 22. Then the Atlas TA version 9 was used for deductive thematic analysis. There were themes to do with data centers that we interviewed ICT directors. The findings of this study, we discovered that server virtualization was common among these institutions. So there is collective positive attitude towards virtualization, which signifies a growing recognition of its benefits and potential to enhance efficiency and flexibility. But the findings also, there is no data center power usage monitoring across Zimbabwe, and this has been generalized, and no energy efficiency considerations when these ICT departments are purchasing equipment in data centers. And then the data center powering from the thematic analysis, you discover that in Zimbabwe, they are mainly generating electricity to power data centers using generators, or it is coming from the national grid, and the solar have been sponsored by partly government to ensure that these universities run digital learning platforms, especially during the COVID pandemic. Then the other finding on the predictors, the organizational predictors, employee awareness and the budget and communication level and technical skills were found to be impacting on the sustainable ICT services that are being offered in data centers. However, you discover that the environmental dimension, where the government is to come up with regulations and policy frameworks that influence the application of sustainable practices in these data centers, were found wanting. Wherever you introduced the policy dimension to the environmental factors, you discover that the environmental factor would then weaken. However, the technological factors and organizational factors, management support was found to be so important, but the availability of slack resources in an inflationary environment was found to be inhibiting the implementation of these practices. The summary of findings, you discover that while there is virtualization on other services like solar powering, wind, natural cooling of data centers, there is a mixed picture of adoption. Then there is limited adoption of sustainable data center practices across these institutions. Virtualization on top, some other practices like end-of-life management, there is limited adoption. So these challenges in implementing sustainable initiatives, they come as a result of sometimes non-comprehension by ICT directors. They just say they are implementing, they are using ICT equipment without monitoring its lifespan. So a gadget is used until it fails. As long as it's functional, it continues to be used until it becomes way worse. Then there is a total lack of guiding policies and life cycle management, and there is need for a united, holistic approach and systematic approach to data center practice management. And this involves some stakeholders whom I'm going to talk about in next slides. The contribution that this research comes with is the identification of sustainability challenges. What are the technical challenges that universities are facing in terms of the technical skills, the skills to assess equipment, the skills to do energy monitoring, the skills to have a central management database for power optimization, then organizational challenges. While there is management support, the support should come with the unveiling of budget and budgeting beyond budget and providing the slack resources in an inflationary environment like Zimbabwe. Then environmental related challenges where there are no regulations, there are no mimetic factors, there is no collaboration among institutions. Then the benchmarking on sustainable practices, which is influenced by the institutional theory, where there's need for comparative analysis that comes out with this study, serves as the basis for future studies. And then informing sustainable ICT policy formulation, what are the issues to look at when a policy is to be designed to do, is to be crafted to address issues of data center practice, sustainable ICT practices, and proper decision making. Then this research raised awareness among universities. It triggered interest. They actually need to know the findings of this research so that they are guided accordingly. Then this is about regulators, the portals of this world, and then the purchasing board in Zimbabwe, the suppliers and the users. Then supporting Zimbabwe's sustainability goals. This comes handy, especially on climate action. Recommendations. There is a recommendation for environmentally, the government is to play a vital role in creating an enabling environment for green data centers through policies and incentivizing and regulations. The government of Zimbabwe, through the Ministry of ICT, government parastatals like POTRAs, and also there is need for regulated purchasing of ICT equipment via the price. Then development of and implementing of university policies. These policies have to build up on the blueprint policy, the national ICT policy, where issues of sustainability have got a major highlight. Now policies have to be developed to now dovetail with the national overarching policy. Then mimetically, there is need for fostering cross-institutional collaboration and knowledge-sharing platforms to enhance institutional capacity and skills development across institutions. This is so that they are able to benchmark. So there is need for this. Then nomadically, there is need for regular monitoring and evaluation of the impact of sustainable data center. This can be done by coming up with norms across higher education institutions, across the ICT sector, so that whenever they're designing data centers, they are going to adhere to specific norms as dictated by regulating bodies. In conclusion, the study findings highlight the need for improved sustainability measures in data center operations, including energy efficiency, e-waste management, and environmental sustainability. This has identified the key challenges and opportunities for sustainable practices in Zimbabwe. However, the study also reveals a willingness among stakeholders to adopt sustainability. Thank you so much. Question and answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Shinafunga, for the presentation. Right, in terms of your findings, can you prioritize what would be your number one finding from this research?
The number one finding from this research, you discover that there is visualization as a cutting across practice that has been widely adopted across data centers. And secondly, you discover that there are challenges to do with environmental factors where policies have not been drafted to guide implementation of sustainability in data centers.
Okay, good. I have seen you have given 4 contributions to the study. Okay, can you just brief us very briefly on the contribution number 3, informing sustainable ICT policy formulation and SICT decision making? So how will it, how is it aligned with your study in terms of your contribution?
Yes, you will find that if you look at the institutional theory, and when I made an investigation and the qualitative inquiry with ICT directors, you would probe them and then say, what is guiding the implementation of virtualization? What could be guiding the adoption of solarization in server rooms? So there is no proper and structured implementation of the SEM. So this now informs the need for sustainable ICT policy formulation so that these people have got a structured way with standard operating procedures for implementation of sustainable ICT data center practices. So there's need for now to have a sustainable ICT policy for that guides implementation of practices in data centers.
Okay, thank you very much, Shinafonga, for the presentation. Right?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now we go to our next presenter, who's going to talk about his paper on aspects of online course that have the greatest impact on students' effective growth. A case study. So the presenter is David E. Hewitt. So over to you, David, for your presentation. You have 10 minutes of time to do so. Thank you very much, David. You just unmute yourself and kindly start.
Great. All right, thank you. Can you see the screen okay?
Yeah, it's loading. Should be coming up.
All right, my study has been on online courses and looking at key factors influencing effective development when using online courses, and this is a comparative case study analysis. So Bloom's taxonomy includes, in the area of education, growing in knowledge, growing in skill, and growing in the affective realm. So there's cognitive realm, which is knowledge, there's psychomotor realm, which is skill, and there's the affective realm, which is thought of as values, emotions, and attitudes. So my area of interest and study has been how can we help students to grow or impact students in the affective realm when using online courses. So
yeah, but David, your PowerPoint is still loading. Yeah, it's not yet showing.
I am not sure how to let me stop the share. Start again. Still not sharing. It says your screen sharing is paused. I am uncertain how to Professor, I'm not certain how to change it. I don't know if it's something from my side or something from your side.
Okay, can you just send it to me through your WhatsApp to me immediately? Try.
Yeah. All right. I think I sent it to you the other day using a PDF.
You just send it to me now in the WhatsApp so that I can share it with my technical team here so they can share it for you. Yeah, I think, wait, I think so. I have it. Let me check. Yeah, I have it. Wait, I'm going to share it with my team now, so they will share it for you on the screen. Yeah, it's already here now. I can see your screen. Go to your slide number 1. It's introduction now. Yeah. It's okay now. We can see your slide. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, so this is the introduction, the effective growth. The background for regarding online studies is for the online student. Often students desire interaction with the professors, and students also desire interaction with other students. So during the COVID pandemic, when the whole world went online and students were questioned of what works and what doesn't work, the students were longing for interaction with other students and with the professors. As Nasir said in 2020, social presence seemed to contribute the most in predicting a level of course satisfaction. So for the desires for professors and for those of us that are involved in online education, we of course desire student engagement and student satisfaction, because student satisfaction leads to student completion rate, higher student completion rates, and it gives us student retention, which means they stay in our courses and continue on to other courses. So my research involved a study that was done over from two different courses. Both these courses were 12-week courses. In one course, 23 students were surveyed and 11 nations were represented. So there's a good international group of students. The second course was also 12 weeks and had 29 students surveyed with 14 students represented. And we asked questions. We sort of looked at our courses and evaluated the different aspects of the course. So we came up with 11 different aspects, including weekly cohort meetings, which you'll see is a big part of the program. Real-time lectures, assignments, staff interaction, books, reading, feedback from the assignments, and you can see some more there. Regarding the literature review, we used Bloom's original taxonomy, where he has educational objectives that include cognitive, knowledge, psychomotor, and affective growth. There's also there's transactional, so you can also, Moore came up with transactional distance as one of the ways of evaluating online education. And he would say that you need to reduce the transactional distance using the structure. Dialogue includes students and feedback with students, and also autonomy.
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. David, for the interruption. May I please request Ms. Jacqueline to mute?
Moore also put something together that I found very helpful for those of us who work with online students, is the need for interaction with teacher-student interaction, student content interaction, and student-student interaction. And Leslie used a really helpful phrase for this called the trifecta of student engagement. In other words, when you have students that are interacting with each other, student-to-student, when you have students interacting with the teacher, teacher-student, and students interacting with the content, when you've got all these three things happening in an online course, the students are far more engaged in the course. Another bedrock study that was done is something called the community of inquiry. This is where you have a teaching presence, cognitive presence, and social presence. The teaching presence involves the teacher interacting with the students. Cognitive presence involves them working with the content of the course. And social presence allows students to interact with one another. So the research objectives for the study was to investigate which aspects of the online course produce the most affective growth. Again, the affective means that it helps students to emotionally engage with the course. And then explore the reasons behind why they thought something had the most effective impact on them. Number 3 was to evaluate some of the similarities and differences between the two surveys, and then propose a model for growth. So those obviously leads to the research questions. What aspects of the course produce the most effective growth? What aspects of the course, or why do those aspects of the course produce effective growth? What are the differences and similarities in the study? And what is a pedagogical model that we can suggest for online courses? So it was a mixed method study. We did a quantitative 10-point Likert study on the 11 aspects that were shown above. And then we also did a qualitative study that had some open-ended questions to ask the students. And these are the results. So there were 2 different studies. You can see there's 2 columns there, and then an average at the end. The cohort meetings came out the highest, and I'll explain what the cohort meetings were. They were once a week small group meetings that were led by a staff where the students could discuss the course content. Those came out with the highest rating. Assignments, also, if the assignments were well done and the lectures were good, those also came out as the highest ratings for students in online courses. When we did the qualitative part of the study is what aspects of the course brought the greatest sense of encouragement and why. For the first round of students, when we did the first survey, the cohort came out as the highest, brought the greatest amount of encouragement. For the second study, it came out with a lecture, then assignment, then cohort, in that order. When we asked why, what your highest rated interactions, they liked connection. Students want connection in online courses. They want connection with one another, and they want connections with the faculty. And after the second time we did the survey, the thematic analysis came out is they wanted something that's engaging, and they wanted professional instruction. So the summary of the findings is from the quantitative was the cohorts, lectures, and assignments are the highest rated, considered the most important parts of an online course. And the qualitative was students wanted something that was engaging and professional. So they're not just looking for a well-done learning management system with lectures, but they also want something that engages them and causes them to be able to interact with one another. A couple of interesting quotes from the qualitative aspect is I need interaction with others to learn. And I think that we'll find that with younger generations, they are wanting that more and more. They want interaction with others to learn. Another quote was interactions play really huge roles. We humans learn by interaction. And so that also helps me grow. So the contribution is to include cohorts in online studies. So of course you're going to have, the study came up with lectures, assignments, and cohorts were the highest rated. Of course, assignments and lectures are normal for those of us in the education field, but cohorts are something that is new, and the cohorts that we ran were faculty-led. They're content-based, so you're discussing what they're working on, but they're non-formal, so they're discussion-oriented. They're not a lecture. It's not an additional lecture. It's a chance for students to discuss and work with one another on the content of the course. The way we run cohort meetings are 60 to 90 minutes a week. 3 to 6 students were in it, and the faculty interacted with the students, but the students could also encourage and share their thoughts with one another, which spurred them on and challenged one another. That's the results of our study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David, for the presentation. Okay, may I know what motivated you to pursue this this topic, and why do you consider that the most appropriate for exploring students' effective growth in an online course?
I was motivated because I worked with another institution that was not happy about using online means of education. They preferred the face-to-face means, which of course has many benefits. And so I wanted to find ways that we could use an online means that allowed that would still have an emotional impact on students. I don't want to use just the word emotion, but it's sort of impacting their values. They are pleased with the course, because often online courses don't have very much interaction, and so students just get knowledge and then leave. And that's why the other institution did not like. They weren't but they weren't too open to online courses or continuing online courses after COVID. So that was my initial interest.
Okay, and I would also like to know how were the participants selected for this case study?
So they are part of the institution that I was working with, and we actually had larger groups of students. Not everybody did the survey, and then we used ones. We would actually run a hybrid course, so students could be face-to-face here in Malaysia, or they could be online. So we weeded out the ones that were face-to-face and did not include them in the study, but we just used ones that were already participating in a course and then volunteering to take the study.
Okay, and my last question is, could you discuss on the implication of your findings, sir?
What do I think about the implications of the finding?
Yes.
I think that for online universities, that they may find a higher retention rate of students and a higher completion rate of their courses if they involve some more human interaction. So I took a course from a university in America that the only interaction was text-based interaction on a learning management system. There was no and feedback from the professor on courses. And I think that students were longing to interact with one another more than just text-based responding to one another's work. And I think that they would have found a higher retention rate in their courses if they included some sort of interaction among students with the professors on a regular basis, maybe not every week, but at least once a month in the course.
Right. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
That's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you
you
very much. Right. So good paper presentation by David. So now we move on to, this was the first paper on teaching and learning for today. Our next paper on the track teaching and learning is going to be presented by Zheng Shuang. And the title is The Relationship Between Family Capital, Self-Efficacy, and Learning Engagement Among China Jilin High School Students. Over to you, Zheng Shuang from China for your presentation. Please note, you will have 10 minutes to complete the presentation. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself, Zheng Shuang. Cannot hear you.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear now clearly. All the best. Please start.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Zhang Shuang. My paper title, The Relationship Between Family Capital, Self-Efficacy, and Learning Engagement Among China Jilin's High School Students. Introduction. Going to school is widely regarded as a key way to achieve a healthy and prosperous life. Unfortunately, for many students, school can also bring failure and fear. This negative experience can lead to a decrease in effort and participation in learning. And with the improvement of material level, people's lives gradually become prosperous and comfortable, making the mentality of high school students gradually relaxed. Some students may think that their family conditions are good and don't need to work too hard. Self-efficacy will make high school students choose or face challenges, whether to engage in learning. Therefore, exploring whether family capital and self-efficacy affect the learning engagement of Chinese Jilin high school students have practical signification. The case background. The development of positive psychology. A shift in the perspective of psychology from learning burnout to research on learning engagement. Change of educational concept from a research perspective of teaching-centered to a learning-centered approach. Scope of research. General purpose of the study, to explore the relationship between family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement. Population. China Jilin's high school students. Example, 400. Literature review. Family is an important environmental factor for learning engagement. Previous studies have shown that a range of factors, such as family economic status, parenting style, and emotional support, can have a significant impact on learning engagement. Family income has a relatively limited impact on students' academic achievement, where other family characteristics can have a significant impact on students' academic achievement. Yan believes that compared to other forms of capital, family cultural capital can have a more systematic and subtle impact on students' growth. Self-efficacy is a key aspect that affects learning engagement. The previous research conclusions on the relationship between self-efficacy and learning engagement are also quite constant. Individuals with higher self-efficacy also have more significant learning engagement. Research objectives: to identify the differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin high school students of different genders. To another side, analyze the differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among China Jilin's high school students of different grades. To analyze the differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students of different sources. To explore the relationship between family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students. Research questions: are there differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students of different genders? Are there differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students of different grades? Are there differences in family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students of different sources? What is the relationship between family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among Chinese Jilin's high school students? Research methodology: quantitative study, questionnaire, population, composition of all China Jilin's high school students, sample size 400, data collection, convenient sampling method, data analysis, sparse 25, data analysis. From table 1, it can be seen that cultural capital has significant differences in gender. Family capital has no differences in grade, and urban and rural high school students has significant differences in economic capital, social capital, and cultural capital. From type 2, it can be seen that the self-efficacy of Jilin high school students only differs by grade, without gender or place of origin differences. From table 3, it can be seen that the learning engagement of Jilin high school students only differs by grade, without gender or place of origin differences. From table 4, it can be seen that the economic capital, social capital, and cultural capital of Chinese Jilin high school students are significantly positively correlated with various dimensions of learning engagement. There is a significant positive correlation between family social capital and various dimensions of learning engagement. There is a significant positive correlation between self-efficacy and various dimensions of learning engagement. Further rigorous analysis shows that cultural capital can effectively predict the vitality dimension of 27% of learning engagement. Self-efficacy can effectively predict 24% of vitality. Cultural capital can effectively predict the contribution dimension is 31% of learning engagement. Self-efficacy can effectively predict 27% of dedication. Cultural capital can effectively predict the focus of 21.2% of learning engagement. Self-efficacy can effectively predict 27% of the focus dimensions. Summary of findings. The various dimensions of family capital are positively correlated with self-efficacy, and family capital is one of the factors that affect students' self-efficacy. Family capital and self-efficacy affect the learning engagement of high school students in Jilin from both external conditions and internal factors. Contribution. This study enriches psychological theories, helps to understand the influencing factors of high school students' learning engagement, improves the quality of high school students' learning engagement, and provides assistance for high school students' learning and education. Recommendations. At the parents level, stress investment in children's education. Pay attention to learning status of children and maintain positive educational communication. Cultivate their self-efficacy. At the high school students level, gradually cultivate good study habits and enhance one's own qualities. Under the guidance of teachers, actively learn theoretical knowledge, participate in practical activities, enhance confidence. Conclusion. Family capital, especially cultural capital and self-efficacy, are important influencing factors for high school students' learning engagement. Improve parents' cultural level and children's confidence is an important way to achieve high school students' learning engagement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zheng Xuan, for the presentation. Okay, Zheng, can you tell me why is the learning engagement so important as a part of your objective of the research?
Because learning engagement is in concurrent is very important. It's from teacher-centered shift to students-centered. For students, it's very important. It can help students to study hard.
Let's see. Okay, if I want to ask you, what is the main finding of your study? The one main finding, what will it be?
The main findings is um, parental capital and self-efficacy can product learning engagement.
I see. And the last question, can you apply this model among all Chinese high schools?
Maybe it can use all Chinese high school students because in China have the same background. High school students have the same situation.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Jiang Shuang, for the good presentation. Right?
Thank you.
Right. Now, all the way from China, we move on to Sultanate of Oman. Our next paper presenter is going to talk about the effect of technology on students' motivation and knowledge retention, Oman's perspective, by Faisal Al-Ofi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can you see it? Can you see the
Yes, we
presentation?
can,
Can you hear me?
can see the
Okay.
presentation. Yes, you
Okay.
may enlarge and please start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good day to everyone from Oman. It's afternoon here. So, okay. So my paper title is The Effect of Technology on Students' Motivation and Knowledge Retention. And I'm talking here about Oman's perspective. So to introduce my topic, the modern generation of students is growing up having technology all around them. As we all know, like the new generation is more attached to the technology since early years. So that's what I'm trying to explain in my introduction. And technology has countless diverse effects on students. The positive effects of technology have been seen in all the main subject areas. And also in the education sector, technology at the present time has encouraging impact on the behavior of all the students gaining knowledge and self-assessment. As a background of the study, there are many colleges in Oman that are using the latest technologies in order to motivate their students and for knowledge retention. Higher College of Technology is among one of the colleges of Oman that engages its students with the latest technologies in order to motivate their students and for information retention. Almost 12,000 students have been observed studying various studies at Higher College of Technology in Oman. It is regarded as among like 7 colleges that are under the Department of Manpower of Oman or Sultanate of Oman. So the main aim of the college is to furnish the youth of Oman with awareness and skills. Scope of the research. The central aim of the present study is to highlight the effects of technology on the motivation of students in learning and knowledge retention in the institutes of Oman. So this is the main scope of the research, how technology is impacting on the learning motivation among the students in the institutes of Oman. Moreover, the research focuses on to uncover the students' motivation in gaining knowledge during the overall educational time and calculate the knowledge retention of the students through the use of technology. In the literature review, I'm mentioning here about how motivation is the primary center interest in almost every institute. Motivation is basically defined as an inside state of person that initiates his performance and actions. So as we know, like if we don't have motivation, it will be difficult for us to perform, which means there will be like very poor actions and results if we are not performing with our hearts, with full passion. Technology at the present time is an essential part of the modern world. The education sector all over the world has undoubtedly been affected by the pricing influence of technology. And as we know what happened during the COVID, obviously, and after COVID, how things changed related to technology. Oman has been implementing the use of technologies over the years in order to make the Omani future professionals in such a way that they can contribute their skills and talents to improve country's economy in the upcoming days. So the mixture of technologies, devices, gradual education, sciences, and technology via enabling creativity in the learning environment permits the teachers to cultivate and improve the skills and knowledge of the students. So the research objectives here are, first one, to evaluate the role of technology in the education sector, and then to examine the influence of that technology on students' motivation. Relating to the objectives, if we go to the questions, so what are the effects of technology in education departments and how technology influences the students' motivation? So in the research methodology, in this research, qualitative method is used to effectively gain the results. The in-depth interviews and study of the journals, websites, books, and newspaper, etc., took place in regard to getting the knowledge about the research objectives. 28 students were taken in-depth interviews, as that was the point deemed by the researcher. So in data analysis, you can see I'm looking at from different perspectives here. So impact of interactive technology on students' motivation. The first theme is, this theme explored how to use interactive technologies such as educational apps, digital simulations, and online learning platforms, and influences student motivation. Technology as a tool for enhancing knowledge retention. So this theme focused on how technology aids in knowledge retention, analyzing whether digital tools help students remember and apply what they have learned over time. Challenges in technology integration in Oman education. So this was very important also to talk about. So this theme addressed the barriers and challenges faced by educational institutes in Oman when integrating technology into the classroom. So this part talks mainly about the villages, the areas where they have difficulties in implementing technology. Cultural perception of technology in education. This theme explored how cultural attitudes in Oman influence the adoption and effectiveness of technology in education. Technology role in personalized learning. This theme investigated how technology enables personalized learning experiences, allowing students to learn at their own pace and according to their individual needs. Obviously, teachers' role was very important here to talk about. So this theme analyzed the role of teachers in integrating technology into their teaching practices and how their approach affects students' outcomes. So the summary of the findings of this research: technology enhanced student interest, increased participation, and positive attitudes towards learning facilitated by technology. Technology improved retention rates, better recall of informing during assessments, and long-term understanding of concepts due repeated interaction with the content via technology. Limited access to technology in the rural areas, insufficient teacher training, and cultural resistance to technology-driven education methods. Varied perceptions of technology's role in education, with some viewing it is essential for modern learning, while others may be more skeptical about its benefits. Increased student autonomy, higher satisfaction with the learning process, and better alignment of educational content with individual learning styles. Teachers are as crucial facilitators of technology use, varying levels of comfort and proficiency with digital tools, and the need for ongoing professional development. Moving to recommendations, it is highly recommended to the education sector of Oman to implement more ICT programs in their colleges for student motivation and knowledge retention. It is also recommended that enable projectors in the classrooms for effective results and to gain the attention of students. It is recommended to the government of Oman to make policy in regard to use technology in the education sector to educate the students more effectively. To conclude, from the above conducted research, it is concluded that technology performs a vital function in student motivation and knowledge retention. Through the use of the interviews, it is concluded that the implementation of technology in the education sector has both advantages and, of course, disadvantages. In disadvantages, we have immense expenditures, waste of valuable time, insufficient method of teaching, major sources of distraction, increases the rate of cyberbullying and misguidance by wrong information, etc. So many things are included in this part. And if you talk about advantages, so we are talking here about motivation during class, communication between parents and teachers, technology options are very affordable, new ways for learning, preparations for the student for the future world, and etc. So this is the conclusion of my study. Thank you. And we can go to the questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal, for the presentation. Okay, so my question to you is, how does your study contribute to the existing literature on technology in education?
Okay, so I didn't give my background at the beginning. Actually, I'm leading 2 international schools here in Oman. So obviously it is helping my own organizations. So we find like when we have like meetings and discussions among teachers about students' motivation, they always talk about students are not motivated to learn these days. Teachers always complain about, we are not finding it difficult to teach. It's more about convincing students to be ready for learning. So we noticed that because in our schools, we are implementing Chromebooks. So students are not getting books, by the way. We still continue with like reading from the library. We do have notebooks, so they have to practice writing and everything. But then we noticed that using these Chromebooks, it makes the students very, very interested. So they are always motivated to learn because they enjoy the learning process through these Chromebooks. Yeah.
All right. And from a literature perspective, what gaps do you believe that still need to be addressed in future research?
Okay. When we talk about technology, as I mentioned at the end, we are talking about advantages and disadvantages. So it's not only about implementing the technology. Obviously, like I think in the future, we can focus more on making sure that the way we use the technology in the right way. So focusing on the best methods, the best ways. I don't want to say to control what students are using the technology for, but I think we should focus on building like awareness among students to understand what are the best ways of using technology. Because now I'm only focusing about how technology is helping to motivate the students in learning, so which is correct. But I think maybe in the future, if I'm writing another research paper continuing on this, I'll be focusing more on how to ensure that we are using the technology in the best way.
Okay, that's all from my side. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so fine, we'll see you tomorrow with your another presentation. All right, now we move on from Sultanate of Oman again to China. Our next, we move to Namibia. I'm sorry for that. Our next paper presenter, Mr. Gerald, is going to present on navigating the challenges and opportunities of social media on hospitality and tourism education in the digital age. So, Mr. Gerald, are you able to hear me, please? You have to unmute, Mr. Gerald, if you're here. Yes. Mr. Gerald, are you able to hear me?
Prof, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, kindly start, please. Thank you. We are sharing your screen. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, can you move to slide with the introduction, please?
Yes, sure.
Good morning, professors. Good morning, Professor Asif. Good morning, Dr. Donna. All professors, all doctors, and the academici right across the world, from Namibia Gerald here, and all protocol observed. In the fast evolving landscape of the 21st century, the incorporation of technology in the hospitality and tourism industry and education is reshaping traditional ideas and creating new opportunities for hospitality and tourism learners, educators, and industry stakeholders alike. The use of social media in higher education is growing more and significant for both course delivery and evaluations in particular. Social media is crucial to the hospitality and tourism industry because it offers students access to real-time business data, and platforms like MS Teams, Google Meet, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and so on and so forth, to mention a few, have changed and improved the way students studying hospitality and tourism and basically connecting with educators and so on. Prof, next slide. The integration of technology in hospitality and tourism education is revolutionizing traditional learning paradigms, offering a new evidence for engagement and professional development in particular. By means of employing a qualitative research approach here, the study gathers insights from hospitality and tourism students, educators, and industry, revealing both the advantages of enhanced access to information and innovation facilities in particular. Eventually, the paper here highlights the dual role of social media in both enriching educational experiences. Next slide, Prof. The scope of this study comprehends the examination of how technology, particularly social media, is integrating in hospitality and tourism education, reshaping traditional educational practices and influencing social dynamics among hospitality and tourism students. The study investigates in particular the dual role of digital tools in enhancing access to industry knowledge in particular. Through this qualitative study, the article also aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the benefits and the limitations of technology in particular. Thank you, Prof. Next slide. When it comes to literature review, Zerui 2020 have actually mentioned on the right-hand side under the outcomes that social media was found to have an impact on tourist decisions. Anastasia in 2019 mentioned that social media gives students access to current industry information, networking opportunities, and hands-on learning experiences. And Dolan, the last one in 2019, has actually mentioned social media influences hospitality and tourism education. Thank you, Prof. Johnson mentioned the culture of spreadable social media influences post-tourism. And then Bennett, in particular, the middle one, faculty members appear to be using social media. And then Sedera et al. Have actually mentioned that research has recently shown how social media actually comments customers' expectations for travel before they go on a vacation and their pleasure in particular once they return. In terms of the research objectives in particular, to analyze the impact of social media on learning experiences of hospitality and tourism students in Windhoek. The second one was to identify the benefits of social media for educational purposes. Number 3, to examine the influence of digital tools. Number 4, to highlight the primary challenges faced by students, and then eventually to look at strategies that we can develop for addressing digital literacy disparities in particular. The next one, Prof. When it comes to the questions, we focus on what is the impact of social media, what are the perceived benefits, how do digital tools influence the social dynamics, what are the primary challenges, and then eventually, what is the impact of digital literacy disparities in particular. Thank you, Prof. The research methodology that we actually went through and did in particular, we used a key informant strategy in particular, and the researcher here personally did the interviews with hospitality and tourism students. Number two, with educators in particular with hospitality and tourism. And then thirdly, key industry stakeholders to gain more insights on social media in particular. An important strategy was also conversational and open-ended communication in particular. And then eventually throughout the interview process, active listening, probing, and follow-up questions were utilized to encourage participants to freely voice their opinions in particular. Thank you, Prof. Qualitative research methods enabled researchers in particular to unlock the hidden potential of the study's data. The extensive, wide-ranging, and pertinent data that was gathered was utilized to conclude. And then the data was recorded via transcriptions, handwritten notes, and recordings in particular. And I need to say that when the interviews came to 12, it actually reached saturation, and the data was processed and classified using textual analysis in particular. To find fresh information as well as recurring themes and patterns in the unstructured data, thematic analysis was utilized to transform the data into a structured manner in particular. And by considering the findings in light of the whole study, the researchers will actually be able to comprehend the phenomena under investigation on a deeper level in particular. Thank you, Prof. Next. In terms of the summary, the findings reveal that technology, particularly social media, plays a significant role in transforming hospitality and tourism education by enhancing access to real-time industry insights, fostering network opportunities, and facilitating hands-on learning. Although platforms like Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, to mention a few, empower hospitality and tourism students to connect with industry professionals, showcase their work, and stay updated on trends, the study also identifies noteworthy challenges, and some of these challenges in particular focused on the disparities in digital literacy, infrastructural limitations, and concerns around distractions, misinformation, dependency, and privacy, and in particular when it comes to security. However, in spite of these challenges, the research highlights that an interactive technology-driven approach can deepen hospitality and tourism students' understanding and support valuable professional connections, eventually benefiting their future careers in the hospitality and tourism industry. Thank you, Prof. In terms of the contributions were made to the field of hospitality and tourism education in particular by providing a comprehensive analysis how technology, particularly in social media, reshapes learning environments and professional development opportunities. In particular, here it goes from the classroom further amongst the four walls. It highlighted the dual impact of digital tools in enhancing educational access and engagement, whilst also addressing challenges such as digital literacy, disparities, infrastructural limitations, and then privacy concerns in particular. The research also underlines the importance of integrating technology into hospitality and tourism education in particular, especially when you're dealing with systems like Amadeus and Galileo and so on and so forth, that kind of idea, and offering valuable insights for educators, students, and industry at large. Next slide, Prof. Social media provides a treasure here in particular under recommendations, a treasure trove of real-time examples for facilitation. And educators can analyze a viral marketing campaign from a hotel chain or a crisis management situation. Social media in terms here in particular can lead to networking and collaboration with industry professionals through platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter in particular. And this network can lead to work-integrated learning Some of these networks can also be utilized where students actually send their CVs and so on and so forth. It starts off with work-integrated learning processes, internships, and eventually lead to job opportunities, not just in Namibia, not just in Africa, but also across the world to Malaysia, Asia, Germany, Australia, and Americas in particular. In particular, some of our students even go to Disney and so on in particular. Utilizing platforms like Instagram for visual assignments or class discussions can make learning more and more attractive. In particular, and students might create a social media campaign for fictitious hotel, allowing them to apply theoretical knowledge in particular. And by navigating these challenges while leveraging the opportunities, educators can create a more dynamic and effective learning environment in hospitality and tourism. The paper concludes that interactive approach can enhance student knowledge. Social media presents both challenges and opportunities, and distinguishing between reputable travel blogs and so on and filled with misinformation. However, engaging students who are accustomed to quick content on platforms like TikTok and Instagram and so on can be challenging, since the traditional teaching methods may not capture the interest, leading to short attention spans in particular. And due to the digital divide, not all students have equal access to technologies, especially these ones in the rural area, and since we are staying in a desert in particular. Thank you, Prof. Next one. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Donna, in particular. It was highly appreciated to be able to present, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald, for the presentation, despite of your net challenges all the way in Namibia. All right. So, yeah, wonderful. Okay. So, tell me, what is your main finding of the study? Are you able to hear me?
Prof, when it comes to the main findings in particular, the findings has actually revealed that technology, in particular social media, plays a vital role when it comes to training in hospitality and tourism, especially here at the hotel school. And it actually enhances real-time industry insights. And what we actually realized and actually found out is that the moment when you utilize social media in particular, students are getting excited because the students of lately, and students in particular, sorry, the students of these days, they prefer to work on social media. They prefer WhatsApp, MS Teams, and all kinds of Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on and so forth. And what has actually happened is they're getting excited. They start to participate in class and so on. However, in previous days and so on, and I must actually say that without these social media and so on in particular, they were actually sitting in class just listening to lecturers and professors and so on, and not physically participate in particular. And you as lecturer, you as professor, later on, you actually feel wasted at the end of a class lesson if you realize that students did not participate at optimum levels in particular. So I trust that that serves it, Prof.
Right. So among the social medias, in terms of rankings, which one would you rank first and second in Namibia context?
Prof, in particular, a lot of students are actually using WhatsApp these days. However, I also need to reiterate the fact that our internet fiber cable that actually lies under the ocean bed was destroyed, and that came up with a number of challenges due to the fact, in actual fact, with a number of challenges, and WhatsApp and internet and emails were affected and so on and so forth. However, they could fix it to such an extent. However, these days, we have slower internet. Our broadband is actually tremendously affected. However, we have Twitter and we can focus on LinkedIn. We can focus on WhatsApp these days. However, it's quite slow. It also, when it comes to presentations and so on, at times it doesn't take whatever when you want to share something, it takes nearly up to 3, 4, even up to 13 minutes to present something, and so on and so forth. And that's why you would sometimes in advance send already all the material to the students and make them actually read it through. And then when you present, you can actually present to them and actually not focusing on the photo, the video, and so on and so forth in particular. However, there's still quite a number of disparities, especially when it comes to Namibia in particular. The huge part of our area is a desert, and so on. And then the rural areas are not are still facing major challenges with infrastructural development and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gerald, for that wonderful presentation on your teaching and learning mechanism, right?
Only a pleasure, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Tona, and have a splendid day. And I wish all the candidates and all the facilitators and everybody as the academici on this platform all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you from Namibia in Southern Africa.
Thank you so much. Now from our Southern Africa, we move on to our presenters from China. So now is a digital business that we are talking about. And our next presenter is going to talk about exploring the factors influencing consumer purchase intention of low stream in e-commerce live streaming by Bao Ki. All floor to you, Bao Ki. You have got 10 minutes to make the presentation. Kindly start. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you, Bao Ki. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bao Ki, and I am here to present my research title, Exploring the Factor Influencing Consumers' Purchase Intention of Low Spend in E-commerce Live Streaming. This study was co-authored with my supervisor, Dr. Nadia. Let me start with the introduction of live streaming. By showcasing products through real-time video, interacting with audience, and probably addressing questions, live streaming has become a powerful tool in reducing the distance between consumers and products, enhancing their shopping experience and increasing purchase intentions. And lo shi fen is a specialty food from Guangxi province of China. It has gained both national and international popular. This study investigates the factors that impact consumers' decisions to purchase lo shi fen during live streaming. According to the report by iMedia Research, the Chinese e-commerce live streaming market reached a scale of 2.27 trillion yuan in 2022, making a remarkable 121.5% year-on-year growth. In the context of the lo shi fen market, during the 2021 Double 11 e-commerce festival, scales of lo shi fen products via e-commerce live streaming surged by 78% compared to the previous year. Therefore, exploring this factor impact on consumer purchase intention of lo shi fen through live streaming is crucial. And our research focus on the following area. First is we studied the purchase intention specifically for Rosfen in within the e-commerce live streaming environment. And the second is the research is conducted within China and targeting consumers who participate in e-commerce live streaming. And the third is data was collected during the Double 11 e-commerce festival in 2023. And the fourth is the study targets consumers who have purchased Losfen through live streaming platform with a sample size of 391 from the population of 80,321. Limited by the time, I only list 4 representative papers on this presentation. This paper are about my IV and DV. The papers. The first paper finding is about symbolic design in the product evaluation has been confirmed, and the second paper finding is about price discount, and the third paper's finding is about the consumer impulsivity and the purchasing behavior. And the fourth paper is about the influencer and the purchase intention. These papers respectively discuss the variables we need to measure and providing the theoretical support for our research. And the main objectives of our study are to explore the factors influencing consumers' purchase intention of Losfen in e-commerce live streaming, and to measure how these factors impact consumer purchase intention. And based on the research objective, we developed the following research question, like that. And our study uses a quantitative approach. We surveyed 391 consumers who purchased Losfen during the 2023 Double 11 festival, and we apply a statistical measure, including reliability tests and regression analysis to test our hypothesis. And these are the process of data analysis. First is about the reliability test. The column batch alpha for all variable exceed 0.7, indicating good reliability, and the KNO showed that the data was suitable for factor analysis. After CFA test, the results showed that the factor loading in the questionnaire were all greater than 0.4, and the communals of all research items were about 0.5. Therefore, the questionnaire has good validity. As we can see, all coefficients are about 0.5. This results indicated that there is a significant positive correlation between each independent variable and the dependent variable. And this table is about regression analysis. This result indicate that each HIV has a significant positive impact on the DV purchase intention. So I think my contribution is to make is to both the academic and practical realm by systematically exploring the key feature influencing consumer purchase intentions of Rosfen in the context of e-commerce live streaming. And based on the finding, we recommend the following. One is enhance the product symbolism, and the second is optimize price discounts strategies, and the third is leverage influencer impact, and the fourth is cater to consumer impulsivity. Conclusion. In conclusion, product symbolism and price discount and influencer impact and the consumer impulsivity trait significantly influence consumers' purchase intentions in e-commerce live stream. By focusing on this area, business can enhance customer engage and drive sale. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bauki. Okay, Dr. Dona, you may go first. Should we add anything?
Sure, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the presentation, Bauki. My first question to you is, how were the participants selected for your study?
Actually, there is a company develop a online store in the live streaming platform, and the manager is my friend. I asked him for help to help me do the questionnaire from his customer.
So through your through someone you asked to collect the questionnaire, is it?
Yeah. Questionnaire.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask you, what was the main factor that you found, for your study? See, you're studying the factors, right?
I think the the product symbolism is the most important factor in my study because Luoshi is a traditional food in China and it's and people buy it for its functional value. Now I found a new perspective to measure the purchase intention.
So my last question is, what recommendation would you give it to the sellers to maximize consumer engagement and purchase intention during live streams?
One recommendation is enhanced product symbolism because improving the design of packaging to make the consumer can hit by the package. And the second is optimist price discount strategies like offer bundle deal and promotions discounts that provide greater value for money. For example, bundle loss fund with complementary products or offer discounts on bulk purchase.
Okay, thank you, Bauki, for the presentation. That's all from my side. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Dona. Thank you very much, Bauki, for the presentation. Okay, all the best to you with your final paper. Now, all the way from China, we move on to the Southern Africa in Zimbabwe. Our next paper presenter is going to present on sustainable digital business trends and innovation in Zimbabwe's SMEs. Togarapi Kosima, if you're able to hear me, you may please start sharing the screen and you will have 10 minutes to kindly make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I want to share this. Let me share the. I'll share. Don't share. Say Dora Papi now. Where should I take it now? Report desktop. Right, that one. What about it? Karibaya. I want to show my slides, Prof. This one. This one.
Yeah, please.
Are you seeing it?
No, we are not able to see. Not been shared.
Let me turn up somewhere here.
Or if you can just WhatsApp me, so I can request my technical team to assist me immediately.
What about if I allow it? Right, share.
Okay, it's coming up. Okay, it's there. Not able to see the slide yet, but we are sharing my screen, please. Okay, it's okay now. Please start. Oh, it was okay.
It's okay.
It was, but now you have removed it again.
Oh.
You can just share with me on my WhatsApp. I can have it posted from here.
Data. Share. Sorry, Prof. May you go? Right.
You can simply send it to me in my WhatsApp.
All right. All right. You can go to the next scene, such that I will send you on my
Yeah,
on
it's
your
okay
WhatsApp.
now. It's okay now. It's okay now. I can see the slide. You can start.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hey. Right. Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay. Please
Is it okay?
start. It is.
All right.
Please start.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. My title is Sustainable Digital Business Trends and Innovation on Zimbabwe's SMEs, that is small and medium enterprises, performance from 2021 to 2024. And I'm in Zimbabwe. My introduction, my introduction, I was focusing on the Zimbabwe National Development Strategy 1, where the president has emphasized us to have to promote innovation and have sustainable digital business practices throughout the nation. And so the SMEs, as SMEs, they were also asked to have to take into consideration the renewable energy power digital infrastructure, the circular economic practice, sustainable software development, green data centers, and cloud computing, sustainable digital supply chain, sustainable digital transformation, and digital sustainable reporting and monitoring. So these are some of the activities the government has urged SMEs to look at. So the background is Zimbabwe is also implementing sustainable digital business models such as renewable energy and circular economic ideas, but these are constrained by infrastructure, customer awareness, and funding. So Zimbabwe, the government aims to develop a middle income and reduce greenhouse gas emission by 33%, that is by the year 2030. So Zimbabwe is doing projects to generate electricity, and it is sharing with Zambia, and also for ICTs, the Chinese were involved in constructing the national data center, that is for Zimbabwe. So SMEs are implementing sustainable digital transformation and promoting remote work and digitalizing process. And my scope is, the scope of the study is to evaluate the progress and strategies of Zimbabwe's SMEs in integrating sustainable into the digital transformation effort, thereby contributing to a broader understanding of sustainable practice in the context of SMEs performance. My literature review, because of time, I managed to have 3 analyzing that's Louis and Itel, the 2020-2022 analyzed the interplay between geopolitical risks, market volatility, and green financing in China's renewable energy investment. Their research indicated that financial investment like green bonds and regulatory frameworks such as environmental taxes, sufficient promoting investment in renewable energy, highlighting the importance of policy and financial support in advanced sustainable initiatives. Also, I have Ruth Grace Itel, 2022, implores how external factors influence the adoption of economic practices among SMEs in Mexico. Their findings reveal that while customers' demand and official support both encourage and adoption of the practice, only customer demand directly impact technology deployment. This emphasizes the critical role of external influence in fostering sustainable innovation. Also, Shekincho 2020 focused on integrating sustainable development concept into the training of software engineering professional. They propose a framework of competence that includes ethical consideration, environmental stewardship, and social responsibility. My research objective is to investigate the extent to which Zimbabwe's SMEs performance have incorporated sustainable and circular economic principles into their digital transformation operations and initiatives from 2019 to 2024. My research question is, to what extent have the Zimbabwe's SMEs performance incorporated sustainable and circular economic practices into their digital transformation operation and initiatives from 2019 to 2024? My research methodology, this study it employs a quantitative research methodology to gain a comprehensive understanding of sustainable digital practices of SMEs in Zimbabwe. I also used a stratified random sampling technique, which to ensure representative sample of Zimbabwe's SMEs across various industries and size. Statistical power calculations were considered to establish appropriate sample size, ensuring the validity and reliability of result. This descriptive statistic was also used to summarize the data, while regression modeling and correlation analysis will be employed to investigate relationship between variables and test the research hypothesis. I also used a questionnaire, which is a Likert scale questionnaire. On data analysis, the data I analyzed was I used the demographic, which was showing the number of males and female, and there were more females, and also there is the age group between 35 and 40 was 25 to 30 were effectively used to answer my questionnaire. Then the reliability test analyzed showed the Krobach alpha, and they were all above 0.5, 0.7, which is the mark for all 28 items. It was 0.98, which shows reliability, and all the items tested for energy, power, digital, cycle, economic power, practice, they also were above 0.7, which is acceptable. Then for reliability, all correlation are statistically significant at the 0.01 level, which shows they are acceptable, and there is the results. The total is above 94, which is shows the strong relationship. Then the correlationship, all correlationship statistical significant at that 0.01 level, indicating robust interdependence among the variables. The correlation analysis reveals strong relationship among various constraints related to sustainability and performance. Then the regression, where I was also looking at the beta, which was above 0.3 to 0.3 to 0.6, which shows the regression have a strong relationship. The summary of the finding, the study reveals a demographic skew towards middle-aged female in high management roles, which may limit the applicability of findings across diversity. The reliability and validity analysis confirm the robustness of the measurement instrument. Strong correlation among sustainability constraints suggested that they correlate influence, they collectively influence performance in SMEs. The regression analysis also highlights key areas for investment, particularly in gross green data development to enhance performance. Overall, the findings underscore the importance of integrating sustainable practice into organization strategies to improve performance and contributing positively to environment and social outcome. The contribution, the strong correlation among sustainable related dimensions such as renewable energy, power, digital infrastructure, circular economic principles, and the green data centers underscored the interconnected nature of the constraints. These findings support the notion that holistic approach to sustainability can lead to improved performance in SMEs. The study lays the groundwork for future research by recommending the exploration of causal mechanism behind the observed relationships, conducting longitudinal studies to assess change over time, and incorporating qualitative method for deeper insights. By focusing on SMEs in Zimbabwe, a context often underrepresented in sustainability research, the study contributes to the global discourse on the sustainable practices, emphasizing the importance of regional perspective in understanding sustainability challenges and solutions. The recommendation future research should explore causal relationship to guide effective decision-making in sustainability practice, conduct studies to track changes in sustainability practices and the performance over time. The test-specific sustainability practices to determine their direct impact on performance metrics. Then incorporating qualitative method to gain deeper insight into the motivations and the challenges faced by SMEs. Then research should inform policymakers about the needs of SMEs regarding sustainability, aiding in the development of supportive framework. In conclusion, the findings of the study provide significant insight into the sustainability digital practices of SMEs in Zimbabwe, highlighting the demographic characteristics, reliability, and the validity of the measurement instruments used. The sample predominantly consists of middle-aged female in high management roles, indicating a potential bias that may affect the generalization of results across different demographics. The reliability analysis demonstrates strong internal consistency among the constructs, while the validity tests reveal robust positive correlation between various sustainability related dimensions. The correlation suggests that improvement in one area, particularly green data centers and cloud computing, can positively influence other sustainability practices, thereby enhancing overall performance. The regression analysis indicates key predictors of performance, emphasizing the importance of integrating sustainability strategies into organization practice. The study underscores the necessity for SMEs to adopt comprehensive sustainability initiatives that not only drive performance, but also contribute positively to environment and social outcomes. Finally, these insights pave the way for enhancing strategic planning and implementation of sustainability initiatives in SMEs in Zimbabwe. It's now time for question and answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Repi, for that presentation. If I want to ask you, what actually motivated you to carry this particular work of yours on the SME sector? Are you involved in the SME sector?
Yes, it's SME sector. I wanted to find out if the SMEs are contributing to the national development strategies laid in the NDS 1. Say that if they are performing well, yeah, it means the nation is going to meet the goals set by 2030.
Okay. And one more thing, how you think your contribution to the study in alignment with the main findings that you got from this research will really contribute in the development of the SME sector overall in your country?
I think the SMEs should try by all means to work under policies because they control their revenue contributes more to the nation, and also the SMEs in the near future are the corporations, so they need to work hard to improve their performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jagarapi, for that wonderful presentation of yours, highlighting the sustainable digital business. All right. Thank you. If you may kindly stop sharing so we can go to our next presenter. So we come on to the last track for today, and we have got 3 more papers left for our today's day 1 conference. So among the last 3, the first paper is going to be presented by Ezekiel Mutasa, and it's going to talk about artificial intelligence in developing economies, unpacking business innovations, prospects, and challenges. Mr. Ezekiel Mutasa, you can start sharing your screen, and please note you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Good day and welcome, everyone. My topic is artificial intelligence in developing economies, unpacking business innovations, prospects, and challenges. My name is Ezekiel Mutasa from Zimbabwe. Today, we stand on the brink of technological revolution, with artificial intelligence leading that charge. AI is therefore not just a buzzword, but a game changer for developing economies. Indeed, in as much as AI is transforming industries, you don't need to worry, because I am doing the presentation today. We, however, have to ask, how is the AI transforming businesses in developing economies? Imagine a world where technology not only predicts the future, but also shapes it. And that is the promise of AI in developing economies. And today I'll unpack how AI is driving business, innovation, and navigating challenges, and offering new prospects for social economic.
Excuse me, Mr. Maxwell, can you kindly mute your mic? Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Maxwell, can you kindly mute your mic? Thank you. Mr. Maxwell, excuse me. Mr. Maxwell, can you mute yourself? Mr. Maxwell, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay.
Just hold on, Mr. Ezekiel. I'm sorry for that. Mr. Maxwell, can you kindly mute yourself? Mr. Maxwell.
Maybe you can mute him.
I'm not the host at the moment because the technical team had just switched off. Mr. Maxwell, can you kindly, because I can remove him. I don't want to remove him. Yeah. Mr. Maxwell, can you just mute yourself, please, the mic? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Maxwell. Yes, floor back to you, Mr. Ezekiel. Sorry for that inconvenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I will proceed to the background.
Yes.
The background of this research centers on the complex landscape of AI adoption in developing economies, where its transformative potential is often constrained by several challenges. Despite the rapid advancements of AI across developed countries, where AI has significantly enhanced decision-making, operational efficiency, and innovation, developing nations face persistent obstacles. These include poor data and quality, integration, as per Joshi 2021, inadequate technological infrastructure, as per McKinsey and Company 2023, high costs of implementation, as per Pick and Pace report in 2021, a shortage of skilled professionals, as per World Bank report of 2023, and the cultural resistance to change, according to Patil 2020. Nonetheless, the potential for AI to address systematic inefficiencies is critical in critical sectors remains significant. The scope of this research is aimed at exploring the multifaceted role of AI in developing economies, which geographically concentrates on Africa, South America, and parts of Asia, covering key sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, finance and retail, as well as mining. The investigation looks at the benefits, challenges, and future prospects of AI in these economies, with a time frame that spans the past 7 years, as well as current trends. The generalizability of this research is therefore limited by the case studies reviewed and the IT managers within listed firms in Zimbabwe that were interviewed. The literature review explored the significant impact of AI across various industries on a global scale. It highlights AI's transformative role in manufacturing, where it boosts production performance and reduces cost. In agriculture, where it optimizes crop management and enhances yield. In retail and finance, where it personalizes customer experiences and improves operational efficiency. In healthcare, where it improves diagnostics and broadens service access. And in mining, where it enhances safety and reduces operational costs. The review also discusses the challenges, including the shortage of skilled talent, particularly in developing countries, while presenting AI's prospects for addressing these challenges and driving growth in these economies. The research objectives were firstly to examine the current and potential benefits of AI, to identify the key challenges, to propose strategies for overcoming challenges, to analyze the applications of AI for different industries. The research questions tied into those objectives were firstly, what are the prospects of AI in enhancing business performance? What challenges do organizations face in the adoption of AI? How can businesses overcome these challenges? What is the impact of AI for different industries? The research methodology employed a mixed methods approach to thoroughly explore the impact of AI in developing economies. The study began with a systematic review of reputable peer-reviewed articles, industry reports, complemented by 18 case studies across the continents and 54 interviews within 54 within listed firms on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. Data was extracted, coded, and analyzed to identify the benefits, challenges, and prospects of AI adoption, thus providing contextual insights. Into the practical applications and limitations of AI in developing economies. The combination of these methods allowed for a credible triangulation and reliable analysis, producing a comprehensive understanding of the current state and the future potential of AI in driving socio-economic development in third world countries. The data was analyzed using thematic analysis, and it highlighted AI's significant potential in improving operational efficiency, enhancing decision-making, increased safety, better yields, and more accurate and timely diagnostics. However, the research also uncovered several challenges such as data quality issues, high implementation costs, regulatory challenges, infrastructure limitations, and a shortage of skilled professionals, which impedes the broader adoption of AI technologies. Despite these obstacles, the prospects of AI in developing economies is very promising, with potential benefits including better healthcare diagnostics, improved supply chain management, and enhanced financial inclusion. The study reveals that AI offers substantial benefits, including enhanced efficiency, innovation, early detection of problems, and improved performance across various sectors. However, significant challenges persist, including data quality issues, as mentioned before, high implementation costs, and a shortage of skilled talent. Despite this obstacle, this process for AI in developing countries is very promising, with the potential to drive economic growth, enhance decision-making, improve service product delivery, predictive analytics, optimization of production and farming activities. The contribution of this research covers three major areas. As far as empirical study is concerned, it bridges a crucial gap in the literature by offering data-driven insights into AI adoption challenges and benefits across various sectors. For businesses, the study highlights actionable strategies for overcoming obstacles such as talent shortages and infrastructural deficits to facilitate more effective AI integration. For policymakers, they can leverage these findings to craft informed policy development and framework development, and as a tool for inclusive growth and development. Policymakers are recommended to develop supportive policies that foster AI adoption and equitable access across different sectors, and to invest in infrastructure and education is very crucial to bridging the digital divide. Business leaders are encouraged to adopt change management strategies that facilitate AI integration and to invest in training and capacity building to maximize the potential benefits for AI. Leaders should also prioritize data quality and ethical AI practices to build trust and ensure sustainable growth. Researchers are recommended to pursue further research on AI's effectiveness, challenges, and long-term implications, which will provide valuable insights. Additionally, exploring policy impacts and to identify relevant AI technologies that will help businesses, as well as address and look at SME utilization of artificial intelligence. AI's true potential lies in how it can uplift developing economies. This study underscores the transformative potential of artificial intelligence, highlighting its capacity to drive business innovation, improve efficiency and utilization, and offer unique and viable solutions across various sectors. For business policymakers and researchers, the insights herein offer valuable guidance on leveraging AI to addressing the unique obstacles faced by developing countries. Ultimately, strategic investment, robust policy frameworks, and a commitment to equitable access are essential for maximizing the benefits of AI and fostering sustainable economic growth. To wrap up, as we explore the potential of AI in developing economies, it's clear that the technology holds the key to unlocking unprecedented opportunities and solutions. But remember, while AI can help us predict the future, it still can't predict when your coffee machine will break down, especially just before a presentation. So let's harness AI's power with both enthusiasm and caution, ensuring that the benefits are accessible and equitable for all. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ezekiel. Okay, on your presentation of this particular thing that you have done, especially highlighting on your, the artificial intelligence in terms of developing economics, yeah? And you also mentioned here, unpacking business innovation. So what was the main challenge for you when you were actually performing this research, and what were the impact and prospect, as the title says, on your country?
Right. I think the main challenge was to actually get information on the particular case studies or examples of the implication or implementation of AI in the developing countries. But that was the main challenge, access to that information. And resultantly, that also affected assessing the impact of those, particularly in the case studies, to the impact of AI in those economies. And of course, these case studies were from Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Chile, Brazil, and India. So they were, and also South Africa. So the geographical extent was limited to those countries where information was able to discern.
Okay, fine. So what is the main findings through this study?
The main finding from my study is that, one, AI is being implemented and is successful in delivering solutions to developing countries. But what is important, given those case studies, is that these solutions have to be unique. The solutions have to be unique and not follow Western countries, because the solutions in Africa or in developing countries are very, very different. Like in Kenya, you've got a product called M-Pesa, which is used to allow financial inclusion in the rural area, which has got no access to formal banking channels. In Ghana, we've got the logistics problems where a farmer has no access to information to do with. I guess it affects supply chain management of readily accessible transportation of both his produce to market and supply and input for his farming operations. So the take home is that the solutions for Africa or for South America or parts of Asia has to address the unique problems of those respective economies.
Okay. So do you have any data to say what is the adoption rate of AI in your country? Or
Right.
in the region?
In my country, on a previous study which I did, it was based on the listed firms on the stock exchange. Again, because of ready access to formal data, it was quite high. It was about 85%. But information pertaining to other countries is very scarce, which is part of the problem of accessing the impact of AI in these countries.
I see. Okay, fine. Just a last question. How do you think this research may assist in the policy development of AI adoption and its ethical issues?
I think number one, the research shows that infrastructure is a major problem in terms of, as you saw today, internet reliability is a problem, electricity reliability is a problem, and an earlier presenter mentioned about Starlink, but I had problem today using Starlink. I had to switch it over to fiber. So this shows inherent problems in terms of infrastructure and supportive policies, which will support firms wanting to implement AI solutions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ezekiel Mutasa, for the presentation. Best wishes to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we move to our next presenter on AI from Zambia, Mr. Emmanuel Longwe, and he's going to talk about strategic business use of AI in improving fraud management, internal audit, and governance opportunities and challenges. So over to you, Mr. Emmanuel. You have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation. It's fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, as indicated by Professor, my presentation is entitled Strategic Business Use of AI in Improving Fraud Management and Internal Audit with Governance. Then we look at the opportunities and challenges. The introduction, AI has been transformative in terms of its power, and of course is reforming the way businesses are running across the world. In the setting of internal audit, fraud risk management and governance, AI presents prospects that will enhance the efficiency of the process of internal audit, of course, fraud risk management and the governance that surrounds running of these functions. And of course, it presents superpowers that were not thought of in terms of data mining across fraud risk management and internal audit and governance. The other aspect that this paper looks at is the benefits that AI presents to these three aspects I'm looking at. And of course, there are challenges that come with AI implementation. The background, as indicated, we're looking at the transformative power of AI in terms of business operations, the efficiency AI brings, and of course the capabilities that AI exposes businesses to. The research explored strategic business use, and of course, like indicated earlier, in the areas of fraud management, internal audit and governance, and the likes. In terms of the scope of the research, we explored the transformative potential of AI. We did a detailed analysis of AI applications, of course, identified challenges and opportunities as indicated. And last but not the least, we also looked at contribution to knowledge and focusing on emerging threats. Within the confines of AI, there are emerging threats that have come up, and of course, we look at recommendations for future research. In terms of literature review, we looked at quite a number of literature, but on this presentation, we've cited 13. The first one was from Muhammad. With this presentation, of course, discussed the strategic integration of AI into business processes. I won't go through the entire listing, but I'll just draw people to item 11, 12, and 13, which talks about AI deepfakes that are on the increase in terms of fraud in businesses, and of course deepfakes that are on the increase in terms of vendor and procurement management, and of course the deepfakes that are present in terms of challenges that our internal audit is facing. The objective of the research was to assess how well AI can uncover and stop fraud activities. Second was examine how AI influences the effectiveness and the precision of internal audit findings. And the third one was recognizing both the obstacles and the prospects that are linked to AI in governance. The research questions that arose after those objectives was how might AI enhance the detection and prevention of fraud within organizations? What advantages does AI bring to internal audit processes? And what obstacles do organizations encounter when integrating AI into governance for purposes? The methodology used was qualitative, and we used a survey in an open survey that was used with the SurveyMonkey software. Then we examined the performance indicators that we had said. We collaborated with professionals. Of course, we distributed this through our LinkedIn networks with professionals that are practicing fraud management, internal audit, and governance across the spheres. So this study was not limited to my country, Zambia. It was done across. But the tool that I was using was limited in that it only allowed me to have a sample of 25 respondents. And from that 25, we had 13 respondents who responded to the survey that was sent. We cite Cecil in his research for 2021, who cited Purcell in terms of highlighting why qualitative research is the best use in terms of exploring the emerging concepts, in this case, the subject of artificial intelligence in fraud, risk management, and internal audit, as it reviews the dynamics and interactions that play across these processes. In terms of data analysis, we use inferential statistics. Of course, as indicated, it uses a sample, picks the estimate of a large population, and of course helps us from the test for making an hypothesis of the given population. In this case, you find that the internal audit, fraud risk management, and governance world is diverse and huge as a population. So the inferential statistics type of sampling would have given us a snippet of what the dire population would give. Then we conducted a thematic analysis to review patterns that are extracted from insights. Summary of key findings. There is limited improvement in the accuracy of fraud detection due to non-alignment of AI systems with business needs. This is important because as functions within businesses, you find that the internal audit departments, the fraud risk management department, and the governance may be implementing AI systems or tools that are not integrated, that are not speaking to what the business needs are. And this presents a challenge in terms of harnessing the power that we've already talked about in terms of AI. AI is perceived not to have improved accuracy of internal audit due to lack of innovations among practitioners. You find that most of the practitioners that responded were saying the AI has not improved the accuracy of the internal audit outputs that are coming out there. And this was due to lack of innovation within the practicing world. Organizations were faced with significant technical challenges in implementing AI due to lack of trained staff. I quote trained staff because if you are going to implement new innovations, new ideas that are coming onto the market to enhance the way you perform your work, you need to have training in the use of that technology that is coming on. Another aspect was the cost was noted to be a major barrier in terms of implementing governance and, of course, even internal audit and fraud risk management. So cost is a major barrier in terms of implementing. Again, we cited trained staff, lack of skilled personnel in managing AI systems, again, showed its face in terms of our findings. We asked the participants what the level of implementation of AI in their organizations. Their response was there was poor implementation in terms of AI tools that would help in fraud management, internal audit, and of course governance. The other aspect that came up through both interactions with professionals and of course through literature review, as earlier indicated in my presentation of literature, was emerging threats or risks with deepfakes. Deepfakes are tools that are able to simulate my voice, my face, and of course present themselves to the outside world as me. And of course, they're being used to defraud and of course impersonate individuals out there. This is just a full view of the research findings that we were getting, as already alluded to in the summary of findings. So the question we asked was, how has AI significantly improved accuracy of fraud detection? And of course, the response is what you see in the they said it has not improved the accuracy. Then the other question we asked is, of course, improved accuracy in internal audit. You see that most of the individuals chose to be neutral in terms of response. That 46% would neither agree or disagree, and that it's a mixture of feelings in terms of the impact of AI. The other question we asked was the use of AI, whether it had increased the efficiency of processes. Again, 53% agreed with this component, and this gave rise to a question from my end to say, if the previous question was answered in negative, or they were neutral in terms of response, but how come in this case they're saying 53% it has increased the efficiency? It means there's already an uptake, and of course possibly the information is not being highlighted in terms of the feedback, continuous feedback to people in terms of how AI is impacting the internal audit world. The other question we asked was technical challenges faced in implementing AI. You find that 46% of respondents, of course, those who indicated that they face major obstacles in terms of the challenges of implementing AI in governance. The other question we raised was the implementation of AI. Major barrier was the cost, as indicated in the summary. Find that most of individuals that responded to this, with an exception of about 7.6% who strongly agreed that yes, it was not a major barrier, but the rest essentially indicated that the cost was a major barrier in terms of implementing AI tools within the fraud, internal audit, and governance sphere. Skills, as indicated, was noted with 93% of respondents indicating that there was need for skills to be enhanced. Training was called for us. Levels of implementation, as already alluded to, was noted to be very poor by most of the organizations. 53% of the respondents indicated that the quality of implementation of AI tools in the fraud sphere, internal audit, and governance was poor. With deepfakes, as indicated there, for those of us who know the founder of Facebook, the pictures you see there are not the real faces. And of course, on the other side, down there, you see Tom Cruise being imitated and being made. Key issues that came out of this was there's procurement fraud, there's risk for impersonation with transactions being passed, because it can detect voice and face, and of course people will present themselves as you, and of course obtain favor in terms of items they're not supposed to obtain. Contribution. The paper contributes to the growing body of knowledge for strategic application of AI in business. Of course, from the perspective of fraud risk management, internal audit, and governance, and of course, offering insights to both academics, practitioners, and policymakers to look at the transformative nature and potential of AI in these spheres that I've already talked about. Recommendations, the research suggests that organizations should align AI strategies with broader business objectives. They should foster a culture of innovation within institutions, invest in training to effectively leverage AI capabilities, and of course, organizations must address the challenges of data quality, integration, compliance, and when these are done, we'll get the benefits of fraud risk management and internal audit within organizations. In conclusion, we're saying the findings underscore the critical role AI plays in enhancing business processes, while we are alive to the fact that there are complexities and challenges that organizations must navigate to fully realize the benefits of AI with regards fraud risk management, internal audit, and governance. With that, I welcome questions. Thank you. Professor?
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Dr. Donna, over to you since I'm co-authoring this paper. Thank you.
Sure, Prof. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Emmanuel. May I ask what inspired you to focus on the use of AI in fraud management, internal audit, and governance?
Okay. So, firstly, I'm a practicing internal auditor, and I'm currently doing research in my thesis that has got to do with fraud risk management in the public sector. So I find that my entire career, the last 20 years, is focused in internal audit, and I've done some investigations for fraud, internal audit, and I'm a certified fraud examiner.
Nice. Okay. So the other question that I have is your study focused on any particular industry or sector, or is it a general study?
It's a general study, and yes, initially when I wanted to do the demographics, I was limited by the tool that I was using, which is the SurveyMonkey. I thought if I had pushed in the demographics in terms of the specific industry, if I say public sector, then I was going to possibly limit the respondents and I wasn't going to get the 25 respondents. But overall, it would be important if the survey was opened to a specific industry, like if I to link this to my current research, I would have then thrown it to the public sector and then get information that speaks to what the public sector in Zambia is doing to harness the powers of AI in fraud risk management, internal audit, and governance.
Okay, and can you tell me what areas of AI in fraud management and internal audit and governance do you believe require future research, especially, in the light of the opportunities that your study have identified?
Okay, so if I was to tell people to say we need to focus, it's in data mining, because usually when you're doing an investigation, what is tricky for an investigator is to have data. You can have data, but if you don't have a specific way and tools that can help preserve that data, that mines the accurate data to form analysis that is going to support your fraud investigation, then your case may be thrown out. Then from the internal audit, it's the enhancement of the process of reviewing for compliance in certain areas. For governance, it's the manner in which we administer the entire process of fraud management, internal audit, and of course the general governance that surrounds the implementation of AI in these fields I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all from my side, Prof. Thank you. Wishing you all the best, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel, for the presentation. And thank you, Dr. Donna. So we have come to our last presenter for day one on AI track. And it's the last paper for today as well. And this paper is going to be presented by Mary Jane and co-authored by Mokaza. So that it talks about the role of artificial intelligence in transforming customer experience in the service industries in Nigeria. So over to you, Mary Jane and Mokaza, if you are both planning to co-present or you're planning to do it by oneself, up to you. All the best. Your time starts now, and you have approximately 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you. Yes, you can start sharing the screen, please, Mary.
Are you seeing anything?
No, we are just seeing a blank Zoom desktop. It's not coming up.
Maybe I sent to you. You help me and sign this. You help
Okay, I
me.
will try, but my technical team has already left. You can try to send in my WhatsApp. I'll try to see if I can assist you.
Okay.
So we should have done that much earlier. I'll try to assist you. Let me see. Send in the WhatsApp, please.
Okay.
Okay, are you able to see it?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please start. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mbashku Mary Jane Adobe. Our paper title is The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Transforming Customer Experience in the Service Industry in Nigeria. Country, Nigeria, co-authored by Mwakawaza Nyangu. Introduction. The advent of artificial intelligence has brought about a transformative era across multiple sectors, positioning the service industry at the forefront of the change. Fundamentally, AI-driven solutions are crafted to understand, anticipate, and address customer needs with exceptional accuracy and speed. Additionally, AI is transforming customer support by implementing chatbots and visual assistants that offer instant round-the-clock assistance, drastically cutting response times and operating costs. Thus, it saves costs, it saves expenses. Despite these advancements, integrating AI into the service industry comes with its own set of challenges. These challenges are as follows: data privacy, ethical consideration, and the necessity for ongoing technological adaptation pose significant obstacles. Then, background of the study. The service industry in Nigeria is crucial to the development of the economy due to the fact it encompasses sectors that spurs a lot of economic activities, leading to job creations across the different sectors, including hospitality and tourism, retail, healthcare, financial services, information technology services, professional services, as well as education and learning. That's these sectors that perform services. The services industry's ultimate goal is to achieve and transform seamless customer experience, which has been constantly facilitated with the introduction of technologies that make easy to achieve. Some technologies are demonstrated in artificial intelligence. In view of this, it becomes increasingly important to understand how AI works and how it has been carefully integrated into the service industry across sectors to transform customer experience. Ife Kanandu et al. 2023. Still under background, the benefit of integration of AI into service industry to transform customer experience includes automation, decision-making, personalization. That's tailoring these products to suit the individual, cost saving, to lessen the expenses, and innovation, new things. The challenges entails ethical concerns, lack of transparency, data quality and accessibility, job displacement and workforce changes, as well as security risk. That's like external hackers hacking the computer or the website, for example. Anika Popa et al. 2021. The impact of AI on transforming customer experience in the service industry is demonstrated in automation, enhanced customer insights, operational efficiency, personalization, and predictive analysis. The industries within the service industry that the AI has really impacted include hospitality, retail, healthcare, banking and finance, as well as telecommunication. Primary scope. Under the scope of research, I have primary and I have my secondary scope. We have primary and we have secondary scope. The primary focuses on consumer experience in the service industry in Nigeria. Then the secondary scope focuses in AI in transforming the consumer experience in the service industry in Nigeria. Literature review. Because this my study is a systematic approach, I studied a lot of literature, but significantly, I studied only 15 articles. The Nigerian service industry, the service under the Nigerian service industry. The service industry includes various sectors that offer intangible goods. That's those goods that you cannot see, touch, like services of a doctor and all that, to both consumer and businesses. These sectors where these service industry services employees are hospitality and tourism, retail, healthcare, financial services, information technology services, professional services, education and training. Consumer experience, still under literature review. Customer experience encompasses the overall perception and emotional customer have about business. So when it comes to customer experience, it's not only about the product you sell to that particular customer, but it's also about satisfaction. Then personalization, like I've already mentioned, tailoring the products to suit the individual. Easy to use. Customer support, consistency. Are you consistent in the product and services you render to the public sector? Consistency, feedback and improvement. Concept of AI. Artificial intelligence involves replicating human intelligence in machine, allowing them to perform tasks that usually need human recognition, such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, and decision making. Hem et al. 2020. Then benefits of artificial intelligence, automation, decision making, personalization, cost saving, innovation. Then challenges of this AI: ethical concerns, lack of transparency, data quality and accessibility, job displacement and workforce changes, security risks. Then still under literature review, impact of AI on transforming customer experience in service industry. The impacts are as follows: automation, enhanced customer insight, operational efficiency, personalization, predictive analysis. Then impact of AI on transforming customer experience in selected sectors, service industry, like retail, hospitality, healthcare, banking and finance, and telecommunications. Our research objectives are to examine the consumer experience in services industry in Nigeria, to explore the role of AI in transforming consumer experience in services industry in Nigeria, to analyze the benefits, challenges of AI in the transformation of consumer experience in services industry in Nigeria. In alignment with the research objective, here are our research questions. What is consumer experience in the service industry in Nigeria? What are the roles of AI in transforming consumer experience in services industry in Nigeria? What are the benefits and challenges of AI that comes with transforming consumer experience in the services industry in Nigeria? Then research methodology. Is equality is a systematic.
Just one moment, please. Excuse me, Zhou Jingjing, can you mute yourself, please? Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Okay, under the analysis, we reviewed similar literature that talked about the role of AI in customers' experience in service industry in Nigeria. Then summary of our findings. The role, impact, and implication of integration of AI to transform customer experience in the service industry in Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. Though still its early stages, it has shown great potential, prospects, and sustainability at various levels. AI is transforming customers' experience in Nigeria service industry by improving personalization, efficiency, and accessibility. AI-powered chatbots and recommendation system offers tailored support and product suggestions, enhances customer satisfaction in sectors like banking and telecommunications. AI detects fraud and anticipates service issues, ensuring security and reliability. This technological advancement enhances operational efficiency, strengthens customers' relationships, and drives economic growth in Nigeria. Prof, next slide.
Yeah, this is the next slide. You have got two summary of findings.
Yes, I have.
Yes, this is the next slide.
That should be recommendation.
But this is the summary of findings, slide 1, ending with the word Nigeria. And it's a summary of findings, slide 2, ending with the word different sectors.
AI is revolutionizing customer experience in Nigerian service industry, yielding substantial economic benefits, improved personalization and efficiency, enhanced customer satisfaction, fostering repeat business and loyalty. AI's predictive capability lower operational costs and mitigates risk, while automation allows human resources to focus on more complex tasks. This advancement boosts overall productivity, drive economic growth, and attract further investment in the technology sector. The service industry in Nigeria will continue to grow in expectation, efficiency, and prospects, and profitability as artificial intelligence continues to be used to explore more areas that can transform customer experience. In as much as this is constantly used and improved, the profitability and sustainability of the services industry will continue to grow, cutting across different sectors. Contribution. It has been able to highlight the service industry in Nigeria with emphasis on consumer experience in Nigeria, being able to isolate the challenges and benefits the benefit that comes with AI transformation of customer experience in service industry in Nigeria. Its contribution again is that it will be able to explore the impact of AI on transforming customer experience in service industry. It has been able to impact of AI on transforming customer experience in selected sector service industry. Finally, it has been able to contribute academically to the school of thought in regards to the research domain. Then recommendation. The first recommendation is that the research can be replicated in other industries rather than service industry. Then the second one is that research may further specify on details of consumer behavior, such as satisfaction and loyalty. Then in conclusion, the integration of AI in transforming customer experience in the service industry has brought a lot of processes that has reshaped the way so many things are done, yielding a totally different results. And furthermore, enhancing efficiency and productivity across different sectors, such as hospitality and tourism, retail, healthcare, financial services, information technology services, professional services, as well as education and training. The improvement in these sectors brings about economic benefits, which further elevates the service industry as whole. The role of AI in transforming customer experience in the service industry is a strategic move that must be continuous in order to constantly improve the industry. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Mary Jane. All right, your study was focusing on Nigeria's perspective. Okay.
Yes.
Can this study be generalized on African subcontinental context or the global context? Your view on it?
Yes, because most of the literature I read during most of the literature we research on during our course of this research, it's some of literatures that are not from people written in Nigeria were included, showing that it can also be accepted globally or African as a whole.
I see. So if I want to understand from your presentation, in terms of your findings, which are the top 2 findings you think are most relevant for your study?
First and foremost, the findings that is relevant for my study is that the service industry will continue to explore in expectation of efficiency, prospects, and profitability if artificial intelligence continue to be used.
In terms of your contribution of this particular research work, if I want to say the first contribution, what would you highlight to be and why?
Okay, aside the contribution to the academic school of thought in regards to the domain, it has to be able to be explore the impact of AI on transforming customer experience in selected sectors other than service industry. And in my recommendation, I also stated that in future researchers should also look into royalty and customer satisfaction as other than customers' experience.
In terms of Nigeria, what do you think, or if you have the data, what is the adoption rate of such technology among the mass companies who are actually providing the services?
Because of the lack of infrastructure, like there is someone that also talk on AI that mentioned that lack of infrastructure in Nigeria is so alarming. So it's affecting, I will give it like the adoption of AI, 60%.
So, and do you have any idea what is the penetration rate of internet in Nigeria?
The penetration is high. The penetration is high, but the problem there is the infrastructure because there is no constant electricity. The internet are shaky, it's not constant, but people are willing, but the infrastructures are not there.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mary Jane. All the best to you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So fine, ladies and gentlemen and researchers, for today's day 1 session, we have just come to an end of our day 1 session that we were discussing the whole day. It's almost 6 hours now, so that we are being all glued in to this platform. And we have seen 4 tracks for today's paper presentation that has actually taken place in terms of social dimension. We have seen that there were 7 papers presented today. Then in terms of teaching and learning, there were 4 papers presented. And in terms of digital business, today 2 papers were presented, and an AI track, 3 papers were presented. So across the globe. And of course, all the papers were very interesting, insightful, and the components of the researchers that was reflected through this conference in day 1 today really shows the amount of the social dimensional impact on the business, education, and technology, and how it is actually transforming the society, which actually will transform the nation and the continent as a whole. So, starting with the adult continuous professional adult learning, Then we moved on with the exploring the interplay of technology and sustainability. Then we have seen sustainable development and environment conversation. Then we have seen research on college students' mobile phone addictions and its impact on society. We have looked into the investigation on the effect of Islamic banking on poverty reduction. Then we have listened to a good presentation on the performance evaluation system of vocational college teachers in China. Thereafter, we have seen about the data center sustainability among the public universities in Zimbabwe. Then we have gone on to looking further into the online course that have the greatest impact on students' effective growth as well. Then another interesting paper, the relationship between family capital, self-efficacy, and learning engagement among China high schools. Then we have seen in terms of Sultanate of Oman, how the effect of technology on students' motivation and knowledge retention is there. And of course, the teaching and learning ended with the navigation of the challenges. That was the opportunities of social media on hospitality and tourism education in Namibia in the current digital age. Of course, through the digital business, we have seen the e-platform live streaming, its prospects and challenges. Then we have seen sustainable digital business of SMEs in Zimbabwe. And towards the end, we have seen the artificial intelligence track highlighting on the, the economic developing economies, unpacking business innovation prospects and challenges. We have seen how strategic business uses the AI in improving the fraud management and risk. And then at last, we have seen the role of AI on transforming customer experience in the service sector in Nigeria. So that in all, we have seen today 16 papers being presented and with participants globally. And that really shows the amount of commitment, enthusiasm that you all have onto this research platform. So with that note, we end our day one, and I'm sure similarly like me, all of you have learned many new things today from different part of the world, and we have learning from different sector and how it impacts our life. So thank you very much, all of you, and for your time, for your presence, and of course, for sharing your such beautiful ideas and research topics to all of us in this platform at Binary University. And I look forward for day 2 tomorrow. And I hope that new exciting, more 17 papers are coming up tomorrow on these tracks as well. So we look forward and we want to see all of you back tomorrow. And have a good evening if you are here in this part of the world, or if you're still in the other part of the world, a good day to all of you and have a pleasant day ahead. Keep on researching and keep on loving the work that you do. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for successful completion of day 1. Keep contributing. Wish all the best for next 2 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah. Take care, all of you.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Thank you,
all of you.
Professor.
Thank you,
Professor. See you tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you. Most
See you
welcome.
tomorrow, Professor.
Yes, we see you tomorrow.
Professor.
Tomorrow.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much.
It's a pleasure. Take care, all of you. Yes, Mr. Manuel, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.
Yes, see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.